In the neighboring community of Omot sub-county, another vibrant YSLA group ventured into goat farming and purchased 10 goats through their savings. One of the members explained to us, "We have an ambitious plan to buy up to 30 goats to increase our income while strengthening our activities, including farming, music, dance and drama, to raise awareness of SRHR and GBV issues." In 2022, this group saved more than 1 million Ugandan shilling and now aim to benefit from other government country programs in their sub-county. UNFPA appreciates the commitment and the support of district local governments accorded to the WAY program throughout the implementation phase, in particular during the COVID-19 period, which we all know was very challenging. Throughout the implementation of the WAY program, at all levels, we carry forward important lessons learned. And one of the most important is that we need to invest more in young people, including creating an enabling environment through policies and guidelines that are approved by government leadership. We decided to see the leadership of the districts remaining committed as champions of the rights of women and young people, including a focus on keeping young girls and boys in schools, of preventing teenage pregnancy and child marriage, and empowering them to make informed SRHR and life choices by allowing them to receive age-appropriate sexuality education. Lastly, as the WAY program ends, UNFPA recognizes the gaps and challenges in SRHR and GBV are still affecting both the refugee and host communities. We are committed to continue supporting district local governments and the community to address these key issues. And with that, we also hope to mobilize additional districts to continue our journey together with you, our partners. Thank you very much, and I wish you a successful deliberation of this day. Thank you.
Thank you, Camilla. We'll now move on to the official opening by the Minister of Health. So I invite Dr. Ronald Mutumba to come and officially open this meeting.
The representative and the team from the Royal Embassy of Denmark, led by Agnes, the UNFPA country team, led by my friend Camilla, and the officials from the Office of the Prime Minister, officials from the district local governments here present, led by the LC5 chairpersons, and the resident district commissioners, my colleagues from other sister ministries, departments and agencies, particularly the Ministries of Education, Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, and the National Population Council here present. The district, the beneficiaries of this program, all the women, the adolescents and young people in the room. It is indeed my honor and pleasure to stand before you to deliver these remarks from the on behalf of the Ministry of Health. I must mention that it has been a honor and great pleasure for us to have this project implemented over the past 6 years. And from the previous speakers, it is very clear that a tangible impact has been realized and momentum has been set for the forthcoming implementation period, especially where we are now going to focus more on sustainability of the gains achieved so far. This initiative has brought light to women, adolescents, and young people in Uganda, including the frontline health workers, in terms of enhancing their capacity to deliver integrated sexual, reproductive health and rights services, including GBV prevention. The initiative has benefited young people, women, and youth in various ways. Particularly at the Ministry of Health, we observe an increase in the uptake of modern family planning methods, increase the access to GBV prevention services, including increase the reporting rates for GBV cases, access to antenatal care services among the young people. There also has been a notable increase in the number of healthcare providers and facilities that provide adolescent responsive services, what some people call youth-friendly services. And I think this has really been achieved through various interventions that have been geared towards building capacity of healthcare workers to be able to respond to the needs of young people. Throughout the period of implementation of this project, the Ministry of Health together with the districts have been able to strengthen their collaboration, being able to work together to realize the gains that have been made so far, especially in increasing access to SRH and GBV services among these very vulnerable population categories. There has been a lot of learning in terms of increasing access to these services through the various implementation models, particularly the outreaches that brought services nearer to many of these groups that would not ideally be able to access health facilities. And so there has been an overall improvement in the quality of care that is being provided to these groups. As the Ministry of Health, we strive and continue to strive to reduce the unmet need for access to a wide range of sexual and reproductive health services, including access to SRH information, especially among these vulnerable groups. We have previously noted through our regulatory impact assessment that the biggest challenge around issues of access to SRH uptake has been gaps in access to SRH information among the young people, which has been a major focus of this particular program. Today, as we close this program, I must mention that it's actually the beginning. I know it's a close-out meeting, but it should again be a startup meeting, especially for our colleagues at the district levels, to see how we are going to sustain the gains made or realized so far through this program. And we will definitely continue to thank and appreciate the Royal Embassy of Denmark for the funding. Without this funding, I believe many of these interventions would probably not have been possible, but we want to continue to thank you for that support. We also thank UNFPA for being able to coordinate all these very interesting partners that have played their role in implementing the different pieces of this program. Partners here present, UNF, Mary Stops, Care International, Reach a Hand Uganda, that have participated in this consortium to deliver this program. We want to say thank you, and we believe that we'll continue working together. The successes, and I think given the data that we'll be able to see forth, would not have been possible if the district leadership were really not, if they were not leading. I'm told that sometimes you can be a leader, but you can fail to lead. So I want to appreciate the leadership of the different district local governments that, the implementation of this project, a success. And as I conclude, again, allow me to thank everybody. You realize that this is a program that has different facets or components that requires efforts from everyone. And I applaud and I continue to urge, especially colleagues at the district level, where the implementation occurs, to embrace, to ensure sustainability of the going to be will have been. I believe that we have laid a strong foundation and partnership, and we definitely continue to call upon the Embassy of Danida to continue providing additional funding. There was a mention that this has been a 6-year program, but people normally mention that we lost 2 years of serious implementation in 2020 and 2021 due to the famous C-19 pandemic. So I believe we'll probably figure out how we can compensate for the loss. But I want to believe and continue to thank everyone, and particularly the women, the adolescents, and the youth who have been the major beneficiaries of this program. Today, I want to also take this opportunity. Most people call it a singular opportunity, but I think for me it's a plural opportunity to declare this meeting officially open. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mutumba, for those opening remarks. Like I mentioned earlier, we will now take 15 minutes to do the tour, look at the key products and innovations from our IPs, Maristops, Outbox, Care, and what is the fourth one? Outbox, Maristops, Care. Video? Okay, there's been a slight change in the program. We'll move on to the next agenda item, which is the video documentary, The Future We Want, a snapshot of way beneficiaries. I think the tour will be just after we have done with the group photo. So, Priska, are we ready with the documentary? Okay, thank you.
The future I want for the girl's child is quality education so that they should not get early pregnancy and early marriage.
The future I want is for the young children or the young people to get educated and also get vocational skills so that we eradicate poverty and we chase away unemployment.
Anima mero, omero kuchkore, ke bere gang, ma wo pe ye, ke konye lutiana nyara, pe me chwalo ke nyum chon.
Anima wa jo ki tim gara, ke nan wo ti aroma tere, waramo bero pe ma foto wata lokai bo, wana rio ne waramo chobo lokai arwa, omeri ki bero mabe, igangwa, ki nan gangwa tiki yom chwin, no walo tiana wa bero ki kuch.
Anima mega, amire, abed kano teach maduong, ke bere ki chiante, maduong, ki guaho family ma mega, ki dong me narani, pan bere ki kar me chero kano teach chian.
The future I want for the expectant mothers is to have access to professional birth attendant because it will reduce the death of mothers and children during delivery.
The future I want is to have access to reproductive health information that would prevent me from getting early marriages, teenage pregnancy, getting HIV, that would enable me to stay at school.
Mi weho gana, mi weho Elsa tamaborwa ka ini, beru ki jome mi lakunyol, jama mi lakunyol le muromo. Yani mio danom Maria borwa ka ini, gi guago kayaro gi a mi chero gana, mi chero ka nungu kon.
Anima amer Miriam Chan, amer a team attack, Yachiano Beritia, a very group idul, Afu matere, vek tiana ben ngo, tie mi chulu tiana gang kwan. Pedak permo da ko merodi ano.
Thank you. Are we done? Okay. I think we'll now go for a group photo and then go for a break tea. Feel free during the tea break and during lunchtime to visit the stalls behind there to look at the key innovations, key products and innovations that are being put together by our IPs, Maristops, Richer Hand Uganda, Outbox, and Care. So Priska, I don't know where are we having the outside, downstairs? So let's walk downstairs, have the group photo, and then we have
that worked with through this program include the Ministry of Health, which has been the lead in the delivery of this program, especially on the health service delivery. Then Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, also leading on the community interventions and also service delivery for the gender-based violence response and prevention services. The National Population Council, the Parliament of Uganda, and then the district local governments. The implementing partners who have been working with us to deliver this program include Care International, Reach a Hand Uganda, Maristops, and Outbox. Along the way, it's good to acknowledge that there are some organizations that we worked with at first, but later on, maybe for colleagues, especially who have been in the district, to know that they were here, they were there in their districts delivering that program. Remember, we had CDFU, among others we shall be mentioning as we go ahead. So, the program outcome leading to that goal will help us was to ensure that we have enhanced utilization of sexual reproductive health and gender-based violence prevention and response services among young people and women in northern Uganda. And here when I say northern Uganda, I mean both West Nile and Acholi, for healthy and productive lives. And we had 3 outputs. One is having women and young people empowered to demand for their SRHR services and gender rights and access social and economic assets, asset building opportunities. Output 2 related so much with service delivery, where duty bearers provide integrated package of quality SRHR and GBV information and services, which are responsive to the needs of the young people and the women. And then the third output is having young leaders identified and nurtured to develop and implement breakthrough solutions and ideas that respond or address the challenges that we have within sexual reproductive health and GBV for better outcomes of sexual and reproductive health and gender-based violence, prevention and response services. So those were the key result areas that we've been contributing to. People of different categories, implementing partners and strategic partners, have been supporting along different outputs, but all of us putting together all these efforts contribute to that one outcome to lead us to the goal that we wanted to achieve. Okay, what approaches did we use in this program? It's important for us to pick out the key approaches that we've been using during this program. One is the demand creation. Interventions for sexual reproductive health and GBV, prevention and response services to increase individual awareness, but this is done through increasing individual awareness and the community to support gender and sexual reproductive health and rights of young people and women. Provision of integrated and quality package of sexual reproductive health and GBV information and services that are responsive to the needs of the women and the young people. And the third approach is to have enhancing the young people to participate in leadership and come up with innovative local ideas that address their sexual reproductive health and GBV needs of their communities where they are. Then lastly, the approach was to implement, is the implementation across the humanitarian and development kind of nexus, taking care of both the host communities and then the refugee communities which are based in the program districts which are hosting refugees, so that we take care of both communities, but also strengthening the capacity of those districts to take care of, to have more sustainable interventions or programs that actually deliver the services to both communities equitably. So this is just a demonstration of one of the approaches, one of really getting together all the people that are affected to get empowered. So it's just a women mentors space, and we have VSLA, women mentors, we are converging to settlement. So what were the key interventions? This is really just a package of interventions that we've been delivering throughout this program in the different districts, and these were delivered, their doses were also based on the need that was needed. So it's not just equal distribution across districts, but these were really distributed across the districts based on their need. But also to just give a highlight on key outputs that we are able to reach, so that we are able to give a reflection of what will now be seen possibly in the outcomes, in the evaluation, what we're able to contribute. So one of the outputs, output one, is on demand creation. I don't know whether it's power. Are we okay? Thank you. So demand creation. So we had a set of demand creation interventions. Just like I told you, the three outputs having demand creation and supply side covered, then innovations to make sure that we boost both sides, the innovation of the demand creation and also the service delivery arms. So we had the way interventions that reached about 182,000 people per year. This is on average per year, with the SRHR and GBV information and services. I think one of the items was removed. It's on the, sorry about that. But we had about also one reaching, these were really on information, people were engaged in the information section, to make sure that we build capacity for them to access their rights and services. These were people on average reached per year using the different community structures that create demand among them. So in this, the key interventions were community platforms for GBV and SRHR information provision to women and young people. And through this, we worked with about 1,106 women mentors, 465 schools, in which schools we had the young people's clubs in those schools. Women safe spaces, like the picture I showed you above, was a women's safe space where people would converge. Then we have, that was within the settlements, then integrated clubs of highly vulnerable young people to support each other. Then we had integrated gender and sexual reproductive health and livelihood interventions through the NURI programs, like the farmer groups, among others. Then we have social behavior change and communication interventions for community-wide social norm change, and this included the SASA approach, where we engaged about 330 activists, and we had about 1,892 role model men and young boy activists. Eventually, at first, we had young role model men who eventually now mastered the art of and appreciated that this causes serious or significant change within their communities. And now started also engaging the young boys, they mentored them. So we had now a group of young boys and also reaching out to their fellow boys in that age category. To make sure that we cause more change within the communities. And these were the activists, but were formed in about 103 male action groups. We have the Live Your Dream campaign, or multimedia campaign, that was implemented across the 11 districts. Community activation events, and generation to generation dialogues within our communities. Output 2, which is on really service delivery, and in this we managed to reach about 873 health workers from 2021, from 201 health facilities. These were health workers that were reached on average. This is not just in totality, on average, because this about 201 health facilities is the ones who've been engaging to deliver the different packages of services to the people. And I'm going to talk about the services and how they have been delivered. And in these, we are reaching on average per year. Of course, different years we had different timings and situations. There are those years we really reached very many health workers. But in this, reaching the health workers to make sure that they have enough capacity in terms of skills and knowledge to deliver services in those health facilities. And on average, this was able to reach, on average per year, about 1.1 million people per year reached with the services. Of course, just like I mentioned, we know that in COVID, again, the numbers were a little bit low,
but to try to catch up and make sure that we also provided the services, and then other years numbers were high. So this was really on average people who have been reached with the services per year through the interventions delivered with the web program. So and this is covering both the humanitarian communities and also the development communities. What interventions particularly? We support, this program supported the national and district coordination structures to ensure that these services are well coordinated, but also to ensure that the good practices are demonstrated to the other colleagues, because we know that there are many players, so that lessons are learned, and then also scale up those interventions, and also to ensure that there is good coordination amongst the intervening partners to ensure that we can expand the coverage of the services. So this was done through Ministry of Gender and Ministry of Health. And in this, we also supported, the program supported the strong implementation of the data systems, especially for gender, in particular, the NGBVD in all these 11 districts, to ensure that there's data, so that planning is done based on the evidence and data to ensure that we reach the people who need the services most. As well as the Ministry of Health, the Adolescent and Youth, the Adolescent Health Working Group has been also further strengthened through this program, with the establishment and full active implementation. Just like I mentioned, with the coordination effect, these have now been adopted as now regular platforms. With or without the support, we really expect that these are going to be really sustained, and many benefits have come out of this. So with the coordination of all of these and the services, not just for the program, but across all the delivery of the related interventions, we also had to strengthen the capacity of the health facilities to deliver quality services. And in this, we supported so much the human resource capacity development. That's the most appropriate health workers who are expected to deliver both sexual reproductive health and gender-based violence response services. And these were supported to build their capacity, both that are within the humanitarian communities or within the settlements, and also the development communities. And this included training and continuous mentorship of the health workers to provide quality services, but also we also had to modify the program to ensure that now we respond to the needs that were brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic. And in that, we also did a lot to make sure that we support the control of COVID-19 and prevent the same disease, especially for the target communities or population the program targets. That's the young people and the women. We also had a set of flexible delivery of sexual reproductive services that that were deployed in this program. Notably is the quarterly integrated sexual reproductive outreaches to reach out to the hard-to-reach communities within the population, and with a special focus on the young people. We also had procure and supply post-rape kits, GBV Survivor Funds, Sauti 116 toll-free was also supported to ensure they provide counseling and guidance services, and then COVID-19 IPC and control measures. Output 3 relates with the innovations, interventions. I told you the innovations that really address the local challenges, or that will address the challenges from the local perspective to ensure that we foster sustainability. In this, we interacted with about 20 breakthrough innovations that were out of this kind of intervention for SRH and GBV service response outcomes. In this, the interventions included working with the local social innovations. About 267 young people were engaged in about 2 cohorts to innovate good solutions. They were supported to develop the solutions and then implement them to ensure that we have results out of them. And these were rolled out across the different districts, and also roll out of the innovation incubation hubs within these districts. And we hope this can really be continued, and we need to mobilize resources to make sure that these innovation hubs continue to provide the effort of bringing out young people to innovate and implement good solutions that respond to their local challenges. So we also have, lastly, the youth, the intervention of the Youth Champion Network that was created in the different communities of the 11 districts. So these champions we are using the approach of the quarterly social accountability surveys, and after the surveys, they would go back to the communities, and the surveys were done so much amongst the service providers. So after that, then we have discussions with those communities to ensure that we keep checking ourselves with the people who are serving and the people who serve the communities. And then we try to have a balance. So there are more of social accountability kind of surveys, and then they're also rolling out the youth the champion scheme or networks who support one another, provide information to those ones, they mentor more youths, and then also scale up the provision of services and linkage to the service providers where need be, so that they are linked to the most appropriate services. Thank you very much. That's really a snapshot of what we had to do within the WEB program for the last 6 years, and then we shall see more what this resulted to us when we get into head of the program. This program was delivered through UNFPA. UNFPA aims to deliver a world where every pregnancy is wanted, every child birth is safe, and every young person's potential is fulfilled, and the WEB program really fits in within that goal or that vision of the UNFPA. Thank you very much. Over to Chair.
Thank you, Wilberforce. Can we give him a better hand up? Asante sana. So I think that is the end of the assignment that has been given for me. Thank you so much. The next task will be handled by Cinderella Anna. Be working through people's panel and experiences of the contribution of the WAY program. So, Madam Cinderella, you are welcome.
Thank you, everyone. You're welcome to the Young People's Panel. This program reads Women. Let's see, if you think you're a woman, put up your hand. Women, adolescents, and young people. If you're there, your time will come. So welcome once again. We are going to have a very amazing time. So if you think you're dozing, grab a cup of your tea and sip it. But first, everybody stand up. DJ, get for me a song that can make people do something. I need a song. If you feel young, stand. If you feel old, sit. Turn to your neighbor and say hi. Ivan, are we ready with a song? It can be a Danish song, it can be an Acholi song. Let's just have a song. I want us to feel young as we get the teams ready. DJ, is our song ready? Oh yeah, that sounds good. So stretch a bit, push your chair behind. We are going to dance. Agnes is going to lead us in this dance. Yes, come. I'm inviting Chairman Lamo as well. DJ, one more time. He's really 1, 2, 3. We go, DJ. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's clap for Agnes and Chairman LC5 Amuru. If you didn't feel young, then we will try. This panel is going to be bringing forward participants of the WAY program. The participants of the WAY program, and I'll take the honor to invite each one of them. I will start with inviting a 20-year-old refugee adolescent boy, Owen Oscar, from Palabek Refugee Settlement. Mark his title, a role model boy. Yes, welcome Oscar Owen from Palabek Refugee Settlement. Please take your seat. I'm also happy to invite 29-year-old agent for the Youth Savings and Loans Association from Patton Town Council in Agago District. You're welcome, Bruno. I'm pleased to also invite a 36-year-old woman, Moya Joyce, a refugee volunteer from Maji 2 Women and Girls Safe Space in Ajumani District. And next we have Baptist Olanya, a community activist from Agago Town Council, Agago District. You're welcome, Baptist. Allow me take the honor to invite a 19-year-old adolescent boy, Rotek Finley Green from Archbishop Janane Luom Memorial College from Kitgum District. Last but not least, I'm pleased to invite 27-year-old Benson Lugwa from Kalon Town Council. Benson is a youth champion of the WAY program. Benson, you may have your seat. So these are representatives of some of the community, school, and facility-based structures of the WAY program. Like Wilberforce stated in his presentation, the program has largely relied on integrated strategies for demand generation for services of sexual and reproductive health and gender-based violence services. So we will have some key questions for this panel. Like I mentioned, the first on my right is Owen Oscar, a 20-year-old refugee boy from Palabek. So you can wave to the team, Oscar, and welcome him. We also have Bruno Abalo, a YSLA agent from Pato Town Council in Agago. You can wave to the team, Bruno. Next to Bruno is Maya Joyce, a refugee volunteer from the Women's Safe Space at Maji Refugee Settlement in Ajumani District. Next is Baptist Olanya, a SASA activist working with men and boys at his community to denounce violence against women and girls. And then we have Benson Lugwa, a youth champion working in Kalon Town Council in Agago. And of course, the youngest being Rotek Finley Green, a young person from the Young People's Club of St. John and Elohim Secondary Memorial College in Muchwini Sub-County, Kitgum District. Like I said, if you didn't feel young dancing, these young people are going to make you feel a bit younger. So let's start. I would like to start with Benson Lugwa. Benson is a youth champion. He started this program when he was 21 years old. Throughout the program, Benson will uniquely tell you if anything changed about his life. So Benson, in 2 minutes, how beneficial has this program been to your life?
Thank you so much, moderator. The team from Danish Embassy, all the protocol observed. One more time, good afternoon. My name is Benson Lugwa. I joined Reach a Hand Uganda in 2018 when I was 21 years old. By that time, as young people, you know how we always behave. I was just out of my high school, Form 6, moreover so dropout. When I got this opportunity, through my gender focal officer who is behind, that a young person is needed to take up this position of youth champion. Then I asked myself, why don't I try? Because someone sang, how did you know if you don't try? Then I applied. I was taken through training. I was being trained by Mr. Albert and the rest of the team from Reach a Hand. And then I was being taken consecutively for training, capacity building training, to improve on my knowledge and skills on sexual reproductive health. Because as a boy child of that age, at that age, I never knew what sexual reproductive health was all about. You know, so things to do with information and access to sexual reproductive health, I had no information about it. So the event, actually, my youth championship, drive me very well to my community members. It started exposing me to the leaders. It started exposing me to the churches. It started taking me to the district to work with them and join hand in hand with them. It didn't take me 2 years from 2018. The recent election, which was done in 2021, the young people of Agago entrusted me to be their district youth councillors. So it means at the district, I stand with young people. I advocate for sexual reproductive health budget at the district. I also advocate for the safe spaces for our youth within Agago. So it means when any other things which is in the line of sexual reproductive health and safe abortion and also zero mortality, death, and all that, we are always at the foreground to make sure the program is fully implemented. Finally, the program also changed my life. I've never been in any board, not even a primary school being in a board member. But I am happy to tell you that I am one of the youth sounding board at Danish Embassy, where we sit to actually do more research on some of the intervention which is needed by young people. You will realize that the youth of 90s, 80s, their demand are quite challenging and different from the youth of these days. As young people, I still have more aspiration. I have more mentors here. I have mentor Chiti, Agnes. I also have my mentor, Cinderella Hanena, and also I have Albert. With the presence of my mentors I know I can do great and move far and far. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Benson. From working as a youth champion in the program to sitting at the political decision-making body of his district, but also advising the Embassy of Denmark on youth issues. The journey of 2018 to date. A round of applause to Benson for that inspiring story of change. Let's move to Baptiste. Baptiste is one of the community activists that worked with Care International to implement one of the tested models of ending violence against women. And I want to ask Baptiste to tell us how your work as a SASA activist has benefited your community where you're coming from.
Thank you so much, team. I am Baptiste Tulanya Wishke from Agago Town Council. Please, 2 minutes would be good, but for the matter of time, it take 2 minutes. But if you could say, please share everything, could take the whole day. Great, thank you so much. Before I became a SASA activist, because being a young person, you venture a lot of life. I used to do things that I thought were good for me. I could click with some teams to harass girls. We could go for some clubbings. We spend lousily like that. We spend everything. End up drinking. Sometimes they connive and beat people on the way. And we think we are the masters of the world. Then the time came when I was told that there is a meeting calling in the community members for an activity that's going to be created by CARE. It was mobilized by the CDO. But of course, as a young person having nothing to do, I thought that was the way to now get earnings. Reaching there, I got a message was different. That for you to qualify to be such an activist, you must be a person of violence free. I said, wow, what can I do now? Then I pretended to be a violence free person because I want to gain. And of course, everyone said, yes, yes. And I think the people thought this wrong person here should be dealt with in this manner. That was what came to my mind. When I was gotten one of the such activists among us, the 8 of us, we were taking training. Let me thank Phoebe so much. Is Phoebe there? Phoebe, are you there? Please clap for her. Let me also thank CARE. Is CARE there? CARE team, please. When we went for the training was on 2 phases of SASA. The start and awareness phase. And the start was on the knowledge building. And awareness was on attitudes, kind of. Then we went through stages of change. And I realized I was really in that. Then after the training, I came back. I first of all analyzed what was in the training. Those stages of change, those power dynamic things. Then I came on, I evaluated myself because we did a self-evaluation. I evaluated myself, I realized for me to go out to the community, I must confess. The very first time I reached the community for a meeting, people ask, are you the Baptist who was arrogant? I say, please forget about the past. You can change the way I've changed. Many people change because my friends, even my parents say, don't go to those friends. I say, no, let me go to them so that they also change. My friends, even some of the role model men who became role model men became because of me. When I changed, they realized, they asked me, how did you make it? I told them it can be made the way I made it. We made a lot of intervention. We reached out to schools. We talked about this, even to the community. I must say this, there was a time even Jennifer can bear me witness. I was voted the best man of the year, the day of the celebration of Women's Day. She can confess. Then time came when the public meeting comes in. I was again given opportunity when I sit for the meeting. My dear, when I sit for a meeting in the community and their election, I don't miss election. I don't miss election, but I hate politics. I don't want politics, but I don't miss election. I'm now a chairperson school management of Bajalanyana Primary School. My cow is there. I am the chairperson of the clan to where I belong.
Baptist, I will ask you to just use the next few seconds of the minute so we go to the next person. I'm sorry. Then to the community really have gained a lot. Because when we talk to them, they get from where we have changed, they say things can change. Otherwise, for a matter of time, please. I beg to stop. Thank you so much. The key message from Baptist is that even violent men can become non-violent. That I hope all men aspire to be voted the best men in your community before the year ends. Let's turn to Rotek Green, our young person from the Young People's Club at St. John and Elogom Memorial College. Green, I would like you to tell us one thing that stood out for you through your engagement in your club at the school.
Yeah, thank you. Hello everyone. This is how young kids greet older people. Yeah, I'm Rotek Finley Green. Don't let that name Finley Green make you think I'm from Europe. No, I'm an African. I was born in Uganda. Yeah. So this program has really helped us and influenced our lives in school and around us actually in our areas. So how this program has really changed my life is that I've gained that soberness. Actually, I've gained that soberness to talk to people freely about sex and some other things that they actually people fear to talk about. Like I give example on menstruation and such things. I don't fear girls. I don't fear anybody. I just tell you, I advise you of that. So they gave me the knowledge to talk to people, and they gave me the knowledge to address issues concerning our bodies. So in our school, I remember I also talked to girls where actually I changed very many people's lives to the extent that they even fear me. In what way? Ask me that question. For example, when I find them in a wrong track, actually when they see me coming towards their wrong behaviors, they tend to leave it. Yeah? They depart from that area because they fear that I'm going to say straight talks on them. So that has also made them have that fear. At least they are now catching up. And the number of girls in our village and within our school who liked so much, the number of girls who maybe had the urge of having pregnancy at small age has reduced, actually, because we were not sitting. CARE was with us. All these other organizations supporting CARE came in and they funded every child. They even promised very many other things so that girls can keep at school, so that they don't mess up and do wrong things. So CARE and all other organizations have really, really helped us and influenced our lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Green. Working with boys in school to support girls to stay in school is very important. Like I mentioned, we have a role model boy. In this program, we realized that the component of working with men and boys in changing gender norms, in transforming all the harmful components of patriarchy, requires us not only working with women and girls, but with men and boys. So in the course of the program, we have been piloting the idea of identifying young boys, adolescent boys, and training them on components of positive masculinity, on gender and social norms change, with a focus on the refugee settlements. So let's turn to Oscar Owen, the 20-year-old role model boy from Palabek settlement. Oscar, we would like you to tell us why you think it's important for us to work with adolescent boys in your community and others on issues of sexual and reproductive health and gender equality.
Okay, thank you. Is it afternoon? Okay, I greet you all in Jesus' name. My name still remains Uchamgio Owen Oscar, a role model boy from Lamoa district, Palabeko Gil settlement. I want to first to share my experience, what these projects has helped me through. I was one of the most notorious boy in our schools. The old schools have been studying. Teachers tries to put me to be a class monitor so as to reduce on my stubbornness. But it reduced, but not to that level. Not until in January, where we had a meeting, a block meeting. It is always held on Saturday. So we had a meeting where they said role model men and role model boys, they are needed. Of course, role model boys, role model men were actually working. Yeah, they were also encouraging us that when you get a chance, you experience new thing. But to me, it was like a nonsense words. But when we had the meeting, I was selected by the members to come and to represent our block. So when we came in, we sat for only 3 days training. But what we changed, how we changed, it's so different. First of all, the training encouraged me that I can still change. And I changed. I was not like the one people used to know me. And when I went in the block after those days, people even were very scared of me. People are wondering. Teachers are even very surprised. I even won a bar of shop in the school for my behavior. Because they were wondering. And even I started being engaged in the church, where I was also being given the task to be a young spiritual leader. And in the school, immediately I was just appointed to be the head of club and society because of just the behavior. People were very confused. And this thing has helped many people. Through me, they have changed even. I also want to thank CARE for bringing us a nice Miss Victoria Achen, for giving us a nice training. Thank you. May God bless you all.
Thank you. Victoria is the field staff of CARE. So just in summary, he is stating that the program focused on adolescent boys in gender and social norms change. We know that no one is born violent, right? And practices and behaviors, we socialize, we learn them, and we can also unlearn them. So by working with adolescent boys like Oscar, we are able to continue to mentor and support them and have the changes we desire. Now let's move to the second last person. I would like to give an opportunity to Abalo. Abalo is an agent of the Youth Savings and Loans Association. In this program, she mobilizes out-of-school girls at risk of sexual and gender-based violence, but also having factors that impede their access to services. I would like to ask Abalo on how the program has been beneficial to the young girls in Patong, in one component, and then how else do you think we could further support the girls in your community?
Thank you so much, our moderator. All protocol observed. I want, in just a few minutes, I want to talk about how the WAY program has impacted in the lives of the young people in our community, in Agago district. One thing that we appreciate most about the WAY project is the linkages. They've never left us. In case of any government program, I want to confess that they have really supported us. They have linked us with the district local governments. My groups, I work with the 90 girls. That is about 3 groups. All of them, all the groups are registered with the town council. They've received the benefits from the government. One group received a Mioga, that is one of the government financial inclusive program. They've received and have benefited from it. And the recent program, all the 3 groups, that is the PDM that everyone is aware about, they have received. And out of the PDM grants or the loan they received, we have people who have their individual businesses, we have group businesses, and it has really brought in change in their households and even the community at large, because they have turned out to be a community, and it's really a great change that we appreciate the linkages that was done by the WAY project. As I talk now, our savings are halfway the cycle. One group has saved 7,900,000. The second group saved 5,119,500 shillings. And then the last group has saved 3,287,600 shillings. And it has really changed their lives because they have their personal businesses. And I can say through the Youth Saving and Loans Association, these young girls have learned to be self-reliant. They no longer depend on their parents or families or friends or relatives. They are self-reliant. That is one thing about the WAY project, because as an agent, I was empowered and I had to roll it down to these ladies, and it has really changed them and our community, I can say. Thank you.
A round of applause to Abalo. The multiplier effect of our program on the young people. One YSLA agent mobilizing 90 girls in her community, gathering every day in front of a metallic box with a small plate and a bowel and a passbook. Okay? The knowledge given to her and the skills they use to turn around their lives with such a commitment. I want to specifically applaud Agago District for leading across the program as one of the districts that were very intentional in linking beneficiaries of the WAY program to government programs. And the cow mentioned 172, and this is just an example. We thank you so much, the leadership of Agago District. Let's turn to Maji 2 refugee settlement. In this program, we work in 23 refugee settlements across West Nile and Acholi sub-region. We will be pleased to hear from Moya Joyce, one of the volunteers of the WAY program, working in one of the 46 women safe spaces. Just to let you know that the safe spaces were largely focusing on refugee settlements and communities. Joyce, take us to your settlement and tell us two things. One, what you think first as the most beneficial component of the WAY program to refugee women and girls. And then another one, what you think is still the most pressing challenge affecting young people in the refugee setting. Over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name, I'm called Joyce Moya Peter from Jumani, Okusijon sub-country, I village, Maji 2 refugee settlement camp. We started our journey, our vision journey of this WAY project from 2018 up to 2023. Out of this, these people, we have got a lot of things from them. They have trained us about GBV awareness. After that, we came back for the fields. We trained our women about GBV awareness. After that, the GBV awareness burst into counseling and referral cases. And from there also, we have formed VSLA or youth groups. Two groups we have in our spaces. One is light, another one is Amoviruku. And then from there we also burst to the women reproductive health. That is talking about family planning and or is spacing a child. And from there also, we were trained about that tailor plant hair and other things in our spaces. For this, we have a lot of benefits from those programs. This care, they have trained us also about community emergency and home basic care for COVID-19. And we got also training from the care about ITA, income generation activity. And we also got trainings from the care. These are all trainings we got. It leads us to develop our many skills of making things using hands, like making bed sheets, tailoring, and we make usual pants. They are there behind that table. If you like, after this, you'll go and see it. I would like to talk about the benefit what I've got with myself from the WAY projects. Once, I was being a refugee from South Sudan, but because I forgot my stress through awareness of GBV, now I even forgive each other. Last time I can't forgive anything, quarreling throughout with my neighbors. Nowadays I'm okay. I can forgive you, I can cancel you. I'm now applied passion. That is the benefit what I've got from the WAY project. And the other benefits, I was being born after 1 year, one child. Now, if you have seen, my last child is 5 years old. Up to now, I didn't get another one. That is through family planning. And also, I know the dental disease, like bleedings, serious pain in the body, odoma. Now I know it. As now you have seen, I can prove I'm healthy, although I'm pregnant like this, because I'm ever visiting the healthy center. So I know how to through from the women's health reproductive. And also we get a benefits from VSLA. I know how to earn my money and budgeting my money. Last time I don't know how to budgeting. I'm just using freely if I got money. So that is the benefit what I've got from the WAY projects. And in the community, you'll find that it is stop violence. That violence is stopping through awareness of GPV. And it is also stop earlier pregnancy. Women are now spacing their children. After 1 to 2 years, they will get one. Now it is stopped. So the other benefit in the community is they've got many skills of making bed sheets, plant hair, making usual spans. That one is to help you to not buy the special one from the shop. Because if you don't have money, it is hard for you to buy it. So you have to use that one. That is what we have benefit from the WAY project. We have very many, but the time is not allowed. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I wanted to ask just 2 of the young people to tell us any 2 suggestions on how we can effectively address some of the challenges and issues you mentioned in future, either a new program or existing programs.
Okay, thank you. Concerning for our case, the most challenges that we are facing nowadays is this issue of fighting negative masculinity. Example, this issues of mentality that the boys are to do this, girls are to do this. We want to request for more training to give us advanced skills of how to handle these people. And secondly, concerning teenage pregnancy, we even still want you people to continue helping these girls with these hygiene scholars. Yeah, this even will boost their education, especially staying in school. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very important recommendations. And then any other young person who'd like to give a recommendation, let's hear from Green, and then we wrap this session. What do you think can we do to effectively address the issues you raised or observe on a daily basis?
Thank you once again. Actually, I spoke last time just, on behalf of the school and what is going on within the school. Now, coming back to the community, you need to endlessly go deep into the communities to sensitize people about, they call it what? Is it not gender-based? Let me simplify it, the beating of women. How they call it? The other, yeah, that violence. Please reach out to men in the villages. They really take their reg as alcohol. Yeah, we have a reg assessor and the goose there. They take them very much. Then they go back home to disturb the women. They beat the women, they beat the children. At the end of it all, you find children now going away from home. So please take these teachings deep in the villages. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good recommendations from our young people. Can we give a round of applause to the young people for their perspectives on the benefits of the programs, the issues that remain, but also the 3 recommendations that they have provided. DJ, give them a song so they walk back in a young way as we welcome the next team. Just a minute, we want to see how it feels young. A song, please, as they walk back. A round of applause for the last time to these young people or participants of our program. Thank you so much as you walk back to your seats. The DJ has failed us to give a song, but we will give you time to dance if you would like to. Thank you so much. You're getting a very warm welcome back to your seats. With all the amazing ideas of the young people, we now turn to you, duty bearers. I would like to invite the next panel. We want to have the leaders panel, leaders at the community level, leaders at the health facilities, leaders at the districts and different layers. From this panel, we would like to welcome Olivia Chichoncho from the Ministry of Health, who will be the moderator. Olivia is, I would say, a mother of adolescent health components of our program, not a grandmother, mother. Olivia, you're welcome to the podium. Next, as the moderator takes her seat, would like to invite the panelists, Bosco Odongping, the adolescent health focal person for Lamore District, also the in charge for Palabek 3. You're welcome, Bosco. I would also like to invite the LC3 chairperson of Atiak Town Council, Honorable Kenneth Okot, presenting community leaders who have been championing work for our program with the partners. I'm also pleased to invite a teacher from Kitkum, Madame Beatrice, to also come forward representing the teachers as key actors on young people's issues in the community. We also have Professor Okelo James Paoki, the senior youth, as he calls himself, the district community development officer from Kitkum, to come forward. As they take their seats, he wants us to clap as he comes as a senior youth. Thank you so much. And now I take the opportunity to welcome Olivia to start with some highlights on this topic and then take the panelists through. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Cindy, and the House at large. The panelists who are here, you're most welcome. Colleagues, this is a great opportunity, and let's now hear from our panelists. We have already heard about the background of this WAY program. We have done a lot, and now it's an opportunity to share our experiences. And straight away, I want to go to the panelists, starting with Mr. Odong Ping. Please tell us what has stood out for you in this WAY program, something that you will never forget. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivia. Colleagues, my panelists, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all in your respective capacities. Without doubt, I am privileged to be here to share experience among the young people. My name is Bosco Dongpeng, a youth and adolescent health focal persons, and also the facility in charge of Palabek Gemel Center 3. First and foremost, I bring you greetings from Lamoa District. Please kindly receive the greeting, please. Oh, thank you. I would like to tackle this from the perspective of the key output that was shared in the morning by Wilberforce, the duty bearer responsibility in ensuring that the sexual reproductive health services meet the needs of the young people. And indeed, you are in the right place. The duty bearer is me, is you. Now, to look at this, one of the key areas that stand out to be very well during the implementation of the WAY program is access to contraceptives. I'd like to talk basically in Lamoa districts, which I have control a bit. In the districts, when you look at the WAY program started in 2018, but when we analyze our data from 2020 to 2021, we look at the rate of teenage pregnancy. As a district, we are about 22.1 of the total pregnancies. Then in 2021, 2022, we were in 20.1. And then in 2022, 23, the last financial year, we were in 19.9%. What does it signify? One, there is good access to information and services. The young people are now able to make decisions concerning themselves. Now, how do we achieve this? What are the ingredients to increase the likeliness of these demand creations? One, as the districts, we have to ensure that the youth-friendly space across the whole districts is functioning. When you talk about youth space, we look at about 2 to 3 key elements. One, there should be space, actually, wherever, not necessarily the institutions of the health centers, could even be in the community aspects. There should be space, there should be commodity and supplies. So when the young people come, they should be able to be served and go back with these particular needs. And there should be human resource. The human resource here we are talking about is the trained technical team and the young people that they were here talking, the youth champions, the peer educators. They are very instrumental in as far as coordinating and networking referral to the health centers. So These are the key areas. Then last one, of course, is your time. If you have devoted yourself to be the service provider at the youth space, you must have time so that you attend to the young people. Then the second approach that made us to achieve this is, we call it evidence-based integrated outreaches. Why do we call it evidence-based? As the districts and the entire facilities, we normally conduct outreaches in hard-to-reach areas. I want also to spice it a bit to say hard to stay. Some of those areas are even not only hard to reach, actually. It is even hard to stay. So the facility, first and foremost, will analyze their data. It is these data that will inform them in decision-making where they should take these particular outreaches. For instance, if you are from Paimol, yes, I know my counterpart from Agaga are very happy probably. You know, in this particular village, there is high rate of teenage pregnancy. There is high rate of gender-based violence. So the key focus now would be to sensitize people around that based on that. I think that is the areas that we manage to make sure we look for these young people and address their unmet needs. Another support also is the district leaderships, especially during monitoring visit to the respective outreach sites. I'm glad to inform you, my RDCs are here, the LC5 are here. They normally follow us from wherever we are doing these outreaches. And I think for purpose of sustainability, this has brought a lot of impacts when they are very on. It's talking about this delivery. And also in policy making, it is very important as they come back to their district councils and looking at some of these key priorities that affects the young people and the community at large. Also, we notice that majority of the young people are in schools. So there was that linkage between the school and the health centers through the school health programs. I am a bit glad to inform you CARE was instrumental in these areas where they take the midwife to go and interact with these young people. By doing that, it clear misconceptions. You know, the young people have a lot of misconceptions, something which is not true. So what approach do? They also take outreaches in schools. However, in school you are limited to few areas that you can talk about. Yes, you talk about human papilloma, HPV, of course, maybe a bit of personal hygiene. Yes, and also you offer the services. This is very good. And also the midwife may have what we call question and answer sessions. They may have a discussions. And the midwife may be able to respond appropriately. The sensitizations, thank you, the sensitization through the structures, well-developed peer platforms. This is basically in the prevalence of HIV/AIDS. That awareness has been properly created because as you go for outreaches, you first give health talk. So when we analyze our data also in 2021, 2022, the rate of HIV transmissions among 10 to 24, it is 1.8 in the entire districts. In 2022, 2023, it is 1.3. The majority, those ones that are getting infected, are the ones that are seated in front of me here, the 25 plus, the married people. We have put a lot of energy to talk to the young people. We are leaving alone the parents that are really giving a lot of problem to community. Life skills, this is well noted. We really appreciate the VSLA groups. I want to talk by life example. I have a youth champion in Lokung. Started a business with about 1,500, selling this cassava by the roadside. As we talk now, our capital is now more than 10 million. And this is a very great achievement. Thank you so much, Olivia, for giving me the audience.
Thank you so much. I think you have highlighted a number of things. The need for commodities. Commodities was a very big contribution to increasing access. You have talked about the trained health workers, the providers across the different sectors, and giving time to the young people, and then evidence-based outreaches, using data to target the different populations, and then the leadership. We appreciate that. And then addressing myths and misconceptions. And of course, you have highlighted one of the gaps, which is limited engagement of parents. So we may need to really think through that in terms of the way forward. Next, let's hear from Kenneth Okot. Kenneth Okot, kindly share with us in 2 minutes what was most outstanding during this phase of implementation of the WAY program.
Thank you, our moderator and the general audience at large. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I want to begin straight away by first of all appreciating UNFPA and CARE for the intervention in this very important sector in our community. What stood out for me as a community leader, you know, I come from Atiak Town Council, Amoro District. It's important for me to first say why I'm going to speak the way I'm going to raise my issues, because of the kind of environment we are operating in. It's important to appreciate that in Amoro District, we have very many young population and with a very high mobility rate because of the highway that is across Amoro District. So today, as we discuss the closeout of this way project, in Amoro District, what stood out is the level of engagement with the young girls. The consistency level was so good, especially within Atiak Town Council. That has enabled us reduce on the rate of rampant movement of our adolescent girls because of the kind of business or trade that is carried out along the highway. The level of consistency enables us to, first of all, reinstate some of the girls back in school, but also to stabilize them in one location and hence engaging them into more profitable and beneficial engagements, that is through the VSLA groups. They have now engaged in businesses within the major trading areas of Atiak Town Council. And to me, that has been very, very important, stabilizing their rampant movement up and down because of the trade along the highway. That is one of the things that has stood out. The second thing that has stood out for me in Amoro and as a local leader, it has enabled us to reduce the level of school dropout. Because of the businesses and trade along the highway, we had very high rate of school dropouts for girls or young boys, because also along the border points, you will realize that there comes with an illicit business of smuggling, I can say. And some of these boys, before, they would love to leave school and join these businesses. But as we talk right now, at least the number have reduced and some of them have gone back to school, and it is really very, very important to note this kind of intervention because of the recurring nature of the challenges we are dealing with. I want to implore CARE and UNFPA that please let us continue and engage further with community youth groups to make sure we have more multiplier effects of the positive impact of the informations and knowledge these youth have been trained on or they are sharing with their other colleagues. I feel the more we multiply these youth groups, the more we shall go a long way in reducing the challenges of teenage pregnancy and school dropout in the greater region of Amoro district, especially along the highway because of the nature of the trade and businesses that are taking place. Last but not least, I want to also implore all us leaders and stakeholders that let us try to involve now more church leaders, because the churches have started creating youth pastors that I feel to some extent, when properly involved, they can also lend a hand in making sure we reduce these vices in our community. Thank you so much. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you've shared a lot. And I saw Amuru is one of the districts that really increased highly the number of young people that we are accessing SRH services through our health facilities. We appreciate that community mobilization and engagement of these boys and girls. Thank you very much. Now let's hear from teacher from, are you the teacher from Kitgum? Yes. And please tell us your name and your role in this way program, but also share with us what has been outstanding in this way program.
Thank you. I maintain and observe the protocol as established. Beatrice Akoko is my name. I work for Kitgum District Local Government in the Education Department. What really stood out for me under the WAY program in schools, maybe before I go to what stood out for me, it was noted here that there are 465 schools that benefited from the WAY program. Of the 465, 56 schools are from Kitgum District. And I would like to report that the things that stood out for me in schools, one was reporting. You will appreciate that violence in schools is many a times not reported. If it is reported, then sometimes they just end up with probably the teacher on duty, the class monitor, or something like that. It is the first of its kind that the school's issues is captured in on the national database, because the forms or the books for reporting, those tools are already now given to schools, where we are able to compile and also have integrated data. Another thing also that stood out is issues of integration. Because when we talk of integration, it was at various levels. One was integration of different departments in ensuring that monitoring was done in all these schools and also the community. And in so integrating, many departments would come together, draw a plan, move together, and we would be able to resolve an issue either in the community or in school at once, as already highlighted by my colleague who comes from Lamour, that there were scenarios where health workers would go to schools and also give support. That was also very well noted in Kitgum. Also, there was a component of coordination. We had coordination meetings that would also bring together all the departments. It would also bring together all partners in ensuring that there was effective service delivery. In so integrating as well, you will understand that government also came up with the policies, especially during COVID. There were some documents or policies that were supposed to be implemented, and to that effect, CARE did a great job through UNFPA. If I could mention some, we had a policy on management and prevention of teenage pregnancies in schools, 2019 and revised in 2020. I think in Kitgum that is very well taken care of and it's being implemented. To that effect, we have schools where child mothers or these learners who gave birth during COVID, they have re-enrolled in schools, and the schools give them safe spaces also to breastfeed the children. I think this is on a very positive note. We also have some other documents like the formation of clubs in schools. You'll remember that in the 56 schools established where care works, they all established health clubs. And these health clubs are very functional. They are not only supporting the learners, but also the community. At least during our monitoring, we made a recommendation that the parents should always be engaged, because the Thursdays, in Kitgum, Thursdays are taken as days for school clubs. So on those days, parents should be aware why learners would not go home as early as they always did, because short of that would always bring problems. And I think that has also helped us to reduce on conflict between the community and our schools. Because whenever there are such meetings, sometimes we are called as a team and we can go and settle issues. Another thing also that stood out so much for me was the issue of outreach, where during holidays, our senior man and senior woman teacher of various schools go to their different villages where they reside and support adolescents in the community. That time they do not only target the adolescents who are in school, they also support the out school, and that has also helped so much in making those other learners who dropped out benefit from services of learners within the school, and also supporting the learners who are now in school benefit from services that are within the community. I think the list is too long. Others were already submitted to the DCDO. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. And I like the issue of increased reporting for violence against girls in schools. So we should not let that reduce. We should continue the momentum. Yes, now let's hear from DCDO, Kitgum, in 2 minutes. Please share what has been outstanding under this project.
Thank you so much. The DCDO cannot spend only 2 minutes. It's too small for the social sector. Anyhow, I need to appreciate my colleagues who are in the house. Can you please? Obia, I can see you there. Arua, I can see you there. Ajumani, I can see you there. Pader and Agago. Well done. Now, what worked well for us? First of all, my English is not very good. I must say, put it forward, because it was corrupted by other languages. I studied in the Arab system, so you will bear with me. Secondly, firstly, we have good political will. My chairman just stepped out. They were very useful to us, especially in handling ordinances. They were able to sail this piece of legislation, though subordinate, quickly, and one of our piece of legislation is with SG. SG means Solicitor General. Can you repeat? Yes. Okay, thank you. Yes. So you can see how far we have gone. Yes. We have gone very far. The other one which we are doing at the district level now is on teenage pregnancy and early marriage. We are at the level of data collection, and you can see how a program like this has really helped us. And this stemmed from, I recognize you, my chair. When you stepped out, I was talking about good political will which you provided. May God bless you. You know, this is how you network with the politicians so that you get resources. Yes. The third one, which is very key, is on recruitment of CDOs and involvement of social welfare officers. These people were very instrumental in case management. We have solved several cases. We used to have probation office getting really very, very, very crowded. But of late, most of these cases have been arrested in the sub-counties due to, you know, capacity creation on the other side. The best thing which we did under this program is on data management. If you look at Kitgum, outstanding, it's not for nothing. It's because of my serious background in demography. You may be wondering when I was coming, they were saying a professor, but that was a professor of demography, being honored from other countries. I decided to reinforce the unit of data by involving police, health centers, CSOs, and so on. What is the outcome of this? We are seeing increase in allocation of resources in the sector. For example, the budget was only 1.5 million to the focal person, is now 3.5 million. Yeah, so this is the beauty of the data. We don't only present data, we consume it. So we are able now to allocate the CSOs who are supporting us even outside this program based on the data, special allocation to sub-counties and so on. We did not only stop there. Another very serious intervention was the involvement of the cultural institution. This cultural institution we have seen a revision in K. Kwaro, Acholi, how to handle gender-based violence. This is a key milestone which we have done. Can you clap there, please? A milestone is a milestone, very big. How big is a milestone? 1 mile, and so on and so on. Then another one she has said is on coordination. We do not only do coordination. We develop terms of reference. I hope somebody is noting there, terms of reference, because I want to make it concrete, so that you don't just meet for the sake. You meet on a framework which has been developed and agreed upon. So we did it as a district, which was very good from support of this program. Another thing which also caught my eye was on the Action Center, 116 Sauti. I'm very happy that through the system, we are able to have timely response to some of these cases which passed through the system. Though very few cases passed through there, but we were able to timely, handle such intervention. Another thing is on innovation. We have seen organizations like Outbox. We have seen intervention of some innovations, for example, the use of telemedicine and so on, which has helped communities in the hard-to-reach area to get information on sexual reproductive health, which to me is a good one. It also increased the uptake of sexual reproductive health services, where we greatly involve the men and the young boys. You see, we are doing sometimes a lot of the service to these two categories. We have seen now that there are challenges that these boys and men are facing. So my strong recommendation is that in the second program coming, we need not to only emphasize on girls and women. I know in the PD it was that. But now that we have seen through the implementation of the program, we want to see greater involvement of the boys to support these wrongdoers. Yes, because we need to also give them services. You know, if services are skewed to the left, you can now see, for those who ventured in statistics and others, you can understand this. We also saw something. I know you are about to talk about time. I'm very conscious about it. The rest were said. The rest were really said. But I'm going to particularly address myself. You see, when we say what stood out for you, these are two questions in one, because we are only presenting what stood positively. But the professor looked at it positively and negatively. Okay? So these are the negative aspects. The creation of demand made a disservice to the health facilities, because we are picking commodities from the facilities to help in the program. Therefore, people who are coming for services in the facilities were not getting served well because of stock out of these facilities, of these commodities. Then, the men who are very irresponsible, those drunkards, the one we are talking about, they were not turning up for meetings, getting services. Therefore, the next program should target these people in the same way as PDM is targeting the 32%. So we should target these irresponsible people. And if possible, we can use coercion as a remedy. It is also provided in the book of laws around there. Then the web-based system that we were using for gender-based violence was down for over 6 months. And this, we lost data. And now we are trying to re-import. And in the process, we may not get all of them. Then secondly, during the lull, during that period, we were not able to input data. Though with us, we made innovation. I created some access system and of course Excel, and we were able to analyze our data during the period that the Ministry of Gender had challenges. Actually, they consulted me on how best they can do it. If they are there, Innocent, you are there, I'm seeing you. We were consulted and we told them what to do best in terms of management of systems. I'm not saying that you cannot do it, but our input also as food soldiers matters a lot, because there are certain issues that you may not see, but we on the ground here, we have seen it. Then, the constant upgrade of the system also made a lot of challenge. For example, this one goes to the local leaders who are here. They fail to manage family planning. We are seeing a lot of many new administrative areas created, villages, parishes, and so on. These ones are not reflected in the system. So again, we need to work with the developers and include the new administrative system. I'm very happy that the government has now said they have done family planning and there's no creation of what? New administrative units this coming financial year, which is very good. Can you clap there?
is running out of commodities. And very many young people willing to listen and ask questions. So we need to strengthen this and improve on the services that we offer these young people. The demand is there. We need to be prepared. Let me now go through the next round of questions, and this is going to be around the strategies that we recommend to improve access to SRH services, GBV information, and services by young people and young women. Thank you. Dong Ping, please, it's your turn to go. What are the strategies that you recommend? At least 2-3 priority strategies.
Thank you, Olivia, for another opportunity. I recommend integrated outreaches to continue. This is to address the unmet need, especially people living in hard-to-reach areas that are not able to come to the health centers. I also look at strengthening school health program such that more opportunities should be given to the health workers to interact with the learners. This can address the issue of misconceptions. Then also support in the data management, the district biostats, then the people from the gender department. This should correlate. This can, data. All things stand when the data is okay, can inform planning and decision making. More room for research. Another the way Rahul was doing this approach, but I think we needed more of this to continue because we appreciated what they did, especially when they come and disseminate the information to us. So resources need to also be allocated for more research work. And as you continue giving this information can inform the technocrat and the political head in making some recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We need to strengthen facility-led outreaches and the collaboration between the health facilities and the schools. Thank you. And then next is Okot. Give us your 2 strategies.
Thank you, Olivia, for the opportunity once again. First of all, when we are talking about youth and adolescents, in this point of time, I want to suggest that let us use a multitasking or multi-sectoral approach, and our choice of language, design, and words should be something that presents vigor and valor to attract the youth to always stand up for our engagements, because that is something that in the modern era catches up with the youth and the adolescents so fast. The second thing I would like to recommend at this point of time, let us try to continue to train more teachers and students or pupils on how to produce more reusable sanitary pads, as that goes a long way in, first of all, improving on pupils or girls' retainers in school, and also improving on or reducing girls' dropout from school. Thank you so much. I want to move. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, give us your strategies.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I would recommend that reporting continues and it is taken to other schools other than the 56 in Kitgum. And secondly, I would also recommend that all the school clubs remains functional, and we also need to, at the district level, intensify monitoring of what is left. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Multi-sector approaches and then strengthening reporting to continue.
Yes, my first, strategy is that we need to build capacities. We start with the DCDOs who are here in this house. We build their capacities to handle very many new changes which is happening with the advanced training. Because these are assistant commissioners, we need to make them have advanced training such that they, in the absence of others, they can do it. The second area is on innovation. We need to strengthen innovation by the young people. I can see my colleague James is there. These are people who are doing a lot. We must involve them in research. The other one is more support should be given by the MDAs. The MDAs should be doing a lot of coordination, resource mobilization, and resource allocation. In most cases, resources get, they hang up at the ministries. I know you are here, but we need to say it. These resources should go to where they are required. This is very key. I know next time they will reduce my allocation, but it is worth saying. My colleagues, I think you can clap around there, say issues. But not with Ministry of Gender. Ministry of Gender is doing a lot. I'm talking about other ministries. Yes. Then we need to have joint M&E, monitoring and evaluation. You see, when we do this, and we have got, gaps in the first quarter, it informs in the subsequent decision and implementation of this program. So these are strategic, issues which must really be addressed if we want to sail through in the second program very well. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. To build more capacity of the leadership, especially the supervisors of the adolescent and other programs, and then also strengthen coordination and monitoring and evaluation. So thank you very much, our panelists. I think we have come to the end of this discussion. I want to hand over back this, and let's appreciate this panel and give them what do we give them, a song or a wave as they go back to sit? The presidential wave, eh? How do we give it? You clap as you say. Okay, thank you so much. Let me hand over back to Cindy. Cindy, over to you. Okay. Thank you so much.
Time. Thank you so much. A round of applause to each one of you for being very lively and active. So now it's time to go for lunch. Some of you have smartphones. Some of us have, the other one is called what? Analog phones. But we see from experience of implementation of the WAY program, I saw a small one. Phones like this, when you go to sites like Lakang, this might not work. You might need this because our program reaches the farthest behind and hardest to reach. So we wanted to just quickly watch a video, some of the products of our program, then we'll quickly make an announcement of where to go and have our meal. So let's tune in here. They're just photo moments of sites where the programs were implemented. "16 days of activism, showing young people how to use a condom." Albert here speaking to young people. Those were some of the computers the program provided for young people's corners with solar. Live your dream moments. Some of the youth champions. Live your dream moments. Live your dream moment. Miss Madi is there with young people. Vice, this LC5 of Agago. Probation officer Kitkum. Dennis Bakomeza there with young people in Arua. COVID times of delivery of the program. Kitkum Youth Summit. A session at the District Council Hall. The Minister of Northern Uganda at the launch of the WAY program in 2018. Joint monitoring visit and the minister joined the program. 2019 in Ajumani at the Health Boardroom. This is in Amuru. Coordination meeting with Stella. Coordination. The former Vice President and some dignitaries at World Population Day 29. Photos of the training of the youth champions there. CDO Sarah Labol of Kitgum with the youth champions. This is a 2018 photo when the champions had just been onboarded. The very first training in 2018. Outbox collaborating with Rahul, and that's some of the highlights of the program. Thank you so much. Some people in this room, if you were part of the program, were very small, young people. Now they have grown. So it's been a great time. Let's see the last one, then we go.
Liberties of all people, increased risk of abuse for women and girls due to reduced mobility. With support from partners, we embarked on this activism on ending gender-based violence, an international campaign aimed at raising awareness and increasing attention to the response against gender-based violence in all communities around the world. Under the theme, Orange the World, Fund, Respond, Prevent, Collect. We conducted integrated community outreaches in the 10 implementation districts of the WAY project, disseminating information on sexual reproductive health and rights and gender-based violence, delivered through our youth champions, Rahu cultural icons, and health workers.
gender-based violence in the community is real and it's happening. It's that they still rape, they still defilement.
We're having the gender-based violence in Agago. Cases that already enter in the system is 466 for the last 3 months, and this is alarming to the community of Agago. Some of them has caused them death, and others are terrible injuries. And then also 1,201 cases.
For us in Achuri sub-region, it is land wrangles. You find a man selling a land without involving a woman in a household. So in the process of doing that, the issue of what gender-based violence also comes in.
Most people here, they take it as if they don't have a right against the gender-based violence, especially the women. They can be beaten, they can be battered in their homes, they just keep quiet there as if they don't know there is a law which is supposed to protect them.
In India here is where we are having a young boy of 16 years, 15 years having 2 wives. Where have you people seen that? And now you find that the young boy even has no job. His work is to sit in the trading center and chew mairungi.
We always tried our level best as youth champion to hold some dialogue in the community.
I move around the community. I register cases that are like things that are happening.
We advise that people should be sensitized when it comes to selling the products, even in making decision, planning and other things.
So with the work of Richard Uganda, we've tried our level best to interact with some of the communities about gender-based violence.
The problem here, most of the local leaders, they don't know what should be done for the GVV. You see that? So for them to be involved fully, to know, they need to be sensitized.
Some parents are not serious about the children. They just give the children, they don't give the children hard time. They give them freedom. That's why some children now misbehave.
What we should do to end gender-based violence, me as an enrolled nurse here, I'm saying we should work harder to elicit poverty. Poverty is the main cause of GBV in our home.
Talk to your children, advise them, counsel them, guide them, and most important, provide for them. Teach them to go to school. Let them know the value of education.
One of the key messages is simply to speak out.
Talk to the mothers, to the children about the gender-based violence so that we can see how to handle these issues.
Handling these issues of sexual gender violence means a multi-sector approach. The health workers do their part, the law or the police do their part, and then the community does their part.
Sensitize people on the bad part of it.
We should really engage in community dialogue. We should really tell these people what it takes to have gender-based violence in the community.
Let's keep on the watch and identify and talk for the girls, especially those ones who are ruining the future of these young girls.
So I'll advise the local leaders to come to sensitize people about that. And even the police.
Community leaders need to also come in to support us.
And then I want to clear this doubt, whereby they're saying if you go to the health center, you have to give money so that we work on you. No, we don't need money. What we need is your life. Your life is precious. Come to us, let us end it. We shall always stay together here and fight it. And then I want to tell all our youth that being in school is nice to stay in school. It's nice when you finish, you see, me, I'm enjoying. I like myself, me, I'm a nurse. I like it. Let us fight gender-based violence.
Would like to thank our partners, the government of Uganda, the Danish Embassy and UNFPA for supporting us to implement these activities. These have been 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, but every day must be a day to fight gender-based violence.
Despite some success, a lot more work remains to be done to ensure a violence-free country for Ugandan women.
Thank you so much. We just took you back to one of the campaigns that the program supported during 16 days of activism. I see Pasca is here, Senior CDO, she featured in the video. Sister Margaret Ariemo, ADHO MCH, so a lot of you actively participated. A round of applause to Richehan, Uganda for this. I want to make you miss this program in special ways, yeah? So when you go and swallow your food, you think. So now let's turn to the last bit of our ice breaking. Ivan, are you ready? Ivan and Priska. So we would like you to do something very important, at least to me, okay? We will ask you, for those who have smartphones, turn on your internet. I will allow you now to just hold your smartphone and turn on your internet. If you don't, we are going to give you beautiful sticky notes to write them, so don't feel left out. We don't want to leave anyone behind. So we are going to have you tell us what you will miss the most about the WAY program, okay? And we'll do it in a digital and innovative way. So we will ask you to go to your Google Chrome and type menti.com, M-E-N-T-I. M for Monday. E-N-T-I, menti.com. Just, you can see it there on the screen, menti.com. What do you see when you go there? Menti.com. You should be able to see, something like this. Check your neighbor. You know, digital migration takes a bit of time. If we are there, it's going to ask you to enter a code, right? So the code to put is 6 5 7 9 2 9 5 2 6 5 7 9 2 9 5 2. I repeat, 6 5 7 9 2 9 5 2. If you do that, you're going to see the question, what will you remember about the WAY program? So write it. Something you remember about the program, just write it for us. 29 of you are in. We hope to have more people. Go to menti.com and enter the code and write your responses. What will you remember about this program? "41 people have so far joined. So we see the responses now. People will remember the motivation, the courage, the participation, the young innovators, the integrated outreaches, the GBV Survivor Fund, the health facility-led outreaches, creation for services, the program support for national GBV database, the youth-led social accountability, support to midwives, involvement of everyone, empowerment of women, the strengthened GBV coordination, facilitation, hiring of ambulances, support to young girls. It changed lives of many. The innovative approaches of our program, coordination meetings, the practicality of the program, the engagement of the district, the training support, the service delivery, parental involvement. So they'll keep coming. Keep writing them, keep writing them. They'll be running on our screen. So these are some of the beautiful things you're going to remember program. Thank you so much. With this, as we proceed for lunch, I'd like to request a volunteer to pray for our lunch. The coupons are right at the back with Nixon. We will have lunch for 35 minutes and we return for the second half of the day. Thank you so much. Let's once again clap for ourselves being a great audience for the closeout of the Danish Funded Way program. Who would like to bless our meal? Yes.
Let's pray for the lunch. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the lunch that you have provided. We thank you for the hands that have provided, that have prepared. Father, many have the appetite, but don't have the food. Others have the food, but not the appetite. We thank you that we have both the appetite and the food. May you bless it and sanctify us by taking. In Christ's name we pray.
Lunch is served at the poolside and Nixon is right there with the coupons. Bon appetit.
be able to earn something.
Even right now, we are planning to have a side business, a clinic that will not even only serve HIV/AIDS clients, but the entire community.
By the way, if you compare us currently and then the previous time before us joining Agdocs, we have moved a lot of distance from that. So it is really a plus, which has at least helped us to learn a lot.
Really ask for more funding so that our bakery.
Let's take our seat. This table for registration. Everybody, let's take our seats. We can do it after. Let's all come back and take our seats. We need to start.
As we come to the end of another year, we wanted to take a moment to reflect on the projects we have been working on and the impact they have had on our communities.
2022 was a great year of experience, a great year of change that Richer Hand has created over the years. But also now looking at 2023 is so much that we do to evolve with the young people.
Our COVID-19 project was launched at the height of the pandemic, and it was designed to provide support and resources to those who were affected by the virus.
We implemented the EC COVID Response Project. Our main aim was to support young mothers whose vulnerability was exacerbated by the psychosocial, the economic and psychological effects of the COVID-19 pandemic.
What stood out for me last year is our work on the Men Plus 2 project,
where we advocate for men who are above 35
and have the desired number of children to go and get vasectomies. This is a good alternative method of family planning that can be considered in the country.
What stood out for me last year was Get Your Mix Out. That was under the school engagement activities. This was under the Brave Girls tournament, where we had a unique way of communicating sexual and reproductive health in a fun and educative way.
Our Chadala project is focused on providing access to education and employment opportunities for young people. We believe that every young person deserves the chance to build a better future for themselves, and we are proud to be a part of making that happen. The Ainokati project was all about empowering young people to take control of their sexual and reproductive health. By providing education and resources, we hope to reduce the number of unintended pregnancies and STIs in our community.
We did the 16 days of activism project, which is a project basically where the world is coming together to say no and to put a stop to sexual, gender-based violence.
Last year, Reach a Hand Uganda, in partnership with UNESCO, implemented a program which we referred to as the O3 Plus program. The program was designed to target students in higher institutions of learning. And the pilot was done in 3 key universities.
Finally, our You Decide project. We believe that everyone has a right to have their voice heard, and we are committed to doing our part to make sure that happens.
Overall, 2022 was a good year, and we hope that 2023 will even be better as we look forward to implementing our third year or second year of the strategic plan 2022-2026.
Thanks to the hard work of our team and the generosity of our supporters, we were able to make a real difference.
Colleagues, let's, those standing at the back of the room, please come up so we can start. We shall have the presentation on program end-line evaluation. Dr. Simon. Colleagues who are standing outside, please do come in so that we can start. So I think we shall go through the presentation, and if you have any questions or comments, we'll have half an hour for that. Just take notes.
I take it that it's a good afternoon to everyone after lunch. My name is Simon Wandiembe. I teach at Makerere University. My senior colleague, Celine, is not with me here, but she'll be listening online, should be able to answer some of the questions. Since 9 in the morning, we have been talking about how good the project has been to the community and even the duty bearers, including the health workers and individuals at the districts. Ours was a very independent evaluation of this process. But maybe before I start the evaluation, a discussion of the findings, listening in this morning to young people, I can only say they are determined, they are resilient, they are empowered and supported by this program, which is really no mean feat. That was very, very impressive. So most of the things I'm going to say are not very new because many of us were involved in the implementation. But rather, I want us to pick the learning lessons for future programming. So instead of keeping on praising each and every point, I'll be picking out some key pieces that say, okay, if in the future we are to move forward, are there some issues that we need to look at? The outline of the presentation is as follows. I'll quickly mention the objectives, the evaluation questions, then quickly talk about the outputs. The first output, as we have seen since this morning, is demand creation at the community level, and then improvement in SRH information, GBV information, and services at the facility level, and also the coordination at the district level and national level. Innovation for young people themselves also to participate in contributing to changes and improvement in SRH outcomes in the community. Then we'll talk about how these programs have worked together, these structures have worked together to make sure that the impact reach far, not only in terms of number of people, but quality of output and or transformation on an individual. It's very interesting that many of us, it has taken us more than 20 years to, sorry, there are some young people here. Taken them more than 10 years to reason the way we reason, but when we go to the community, we want to change them in 2 years. No, so you see, sometimes we expect too much in a short while. Okay, so the objectives of any other sort of way evaluation were to assess to what extent the planned way program outcomes and outputs were achieved, including the overall result. The second one is to assess the relevance, effectiveness, efficiency, impact, coherence, and the prospects for sustainability. You know, I like that last part, sustainability. In this country, we're very good specialists in ignoring that last part. The approach or the methods, we used the theory-based evaluation, what we call contribution analysis. You look at the outcome, then you trace how did you come to this outcome. What could have contributed to it? Okay? We know that in any given community, you are not the only ones working there. Then comprehensive, so we did documentary review, we did focus group discussion. My team leader, Celine, and another colleague called Gloria, I'm sure reached out to some ADHOs, DHOs, and the community development officers, and she talked to you, they talked to you. I mostly led the community team, so I was mostly in the community. Health and health facility. And then secondary data analysis from HMIS and also the GBV database. The evaluation questions that I'm going to structure the presentations on are: one, to what extent have the community-based interventions, the SASA, the male action groups, the youth champions, okay, the youth Savings and Loans Association, to what extent have they contributed to empowering women and young people to demand SRH services? What about transformation of the gender norms? And what about the socioeconomic asset building opportunities? Young people this morning alluded to asset building opportunities, okay? Including how they have connected to PDM, how they connected to UAP, how they have connected to other government programs. Such, we shouldn't take it for granted because it's empowerment of this project that led them to do that. So we're going to listen to that. To what extent has the WEB program enabled duty bearers to provide integrated and quality SRH? We'll talk about the health workers and also the coordination structures at the district. To what extent have the young leaders been identified, supported? We talked about innovators. They were here this morning, and the youth champions. To what extent has the project helped them? You saw it, the answers were here. To what extent are the way interventions well integrated, have synergetic effect and aligned with the government structures and humanitarian programs? And lastly, the program contribution to increased utilization of SRH and GBV services. Question 1, focusing on demand creation. Now, the change in the gender norms is part of demand creation because actually if it is the negative, then no one go to the health facility. So that's why you find changing that is very, very key. From our evaluation, we believe the package of services, of interventions, the fact that you find the SASAs talking about gender norms, you find a youth champion mobilizing you to go for an outreach or to learn something about use of condoms. That complementarity was very, very useful to this program. We think that was very relevant and very key, i.e. it was able to reach individual needs. It was successful in being adaptable, being very, very flexible and responsive. When COVID-19 came, there are a few things that have to change. When midterm review came, there are key aspects that change, including women empowerment, including focusing on the young boys, as well as making them to become role young men in the community. So that flexibility with changing times and changing challenges is commendable, and meaning the project remained very relevant to date. The other aspect is there are few, much as I've said, the design was very good, complementarity of different interventions, that's how they were defined, but there were challenges that reduced the relevance of that. One, for sure, we know is COVID-19. That, as mentioned here, it finally forced the interventions to be delivered at individual level, at family level, instead of holding a committee meeting, because the restrictions were that you can't hold a committee meeting. So that, for almost 2 years, influenced and affected the aspects of this program. A few drivers also, from an evaluation point of view, that we think should have been thought through in the beginning was the alcohol use, which is a key driver of GBV. But happy that along the way there are some of these aspects that were integrated and talked about. In my discussion with the male action group facilitators, they say these are some of the issues they talk about when they meet these men. So it wasn't outright in the beginning, but at least some aspects of it were covered. Mental health, I think, was left largely out. But when I was listening in, one of the ladies was talking about psychosocial issues here, meaning there are some aspects that were covered, but probably we did not pick it during our field visits, but some aspects were there. So it is commendable that the project was adaptive, was flexible, and responsive to changing needs. And innovation output, as we shall see later on, was very brilliant, but it was not well tied to SRH, especially for the vulnerable population. We found that some of the innovations were going more to other youth in the trading centers who are not necessarily vulnerable, but it was still part of good aspects. Effectiveness as one of the components. We talked about relevance, effectiveness, efficiency. So effectiveness here is rather what you planned and did you achieve that. 495, that is 496 young people were reached. Now, if you look at the population projections, this is about 35% of the young people in the 11 districts. The young people who are currently now aged between 14 and 29 that have been reached by this program. So that's the impressive outreach. Much as I must add that not all of them were reached with the same level of intensity of the intervention. Some were one-off, especially in SASAC activities. But 35% is very, very impressive coverage. Okay, so, but most of the targets was actually overachieved. That's a point I want to emphasize again here. Also women of the GBV that were supported, and they 7985, they reported and were supported. This from the context of women not reporting, I think reaching this number is actually a very good achievement. Stronger evidence that we empowered younger people with comprehensive knowledge. I talked about determined, resilient, empowered. So the empowerment component here, they were empowered with the knowledge on sexuality, family planning, and prevention of HIV and STIs. Comprehensive knowledge, especially related to HIV, increased from 46 to 64%. Knowledge of 3 ways to prevent STIs improved by 15%, slightly higher in the boys than the girls. Comprehensive knowledge of sexuality, prevention of pregnancy, contraceptive use, and prevention of STIs increased by at least about 10%. This figure here is the one I'm reading about. To a non-program person, to a student, it looks very small, but I assure you, in this room, you guys who have been exposed to SRH, if I give you a questionnaire to score that indicator, I don't think more than 70% of this room will have that knowledge, because it's a combination of so many aspects. So if it's an increase of 10%, it's actually very significant statistically. The same thing with the rights. If you know your rights, then you're empowered, right? You're able to demand for them. You find a way. And more importantly, one other aspect I should have included here is that young people with life skills improved. I know my rights, my life skills have been improved, so therefore I'm empowered. And more importantly, I know how I can get my rights without fighting. Role modeling the rights, role modeling the way I want things to be. And that's exactly what women did. You role model what behavior you want your husband to have instead of fighting with him, and along the way there were good successive stories of how many changed because their women are doing it. Young people empowered with the knowledge attributable to a web program. When we look at this, when you take a look at this, you'll find that where did you get your source of information about family planning? It is coming from the way program structure, either from SASA or from a mentee or from male action group. But more importantly also, notice that from a health worker, this is a health worker at the health facility, this is a health worker at an outreach. Somehow, I think when we improved this, they disappeared, okay? But you can see most of the outreaches are supported by the web program. So effectively, you have over close to 70% of young people who access the information about SRH, about family planning, through at least one of the activities of web program. Impressive, right? Still, women empowerment and gender norm change. I've already mentioned this, so I'll not say much. But more importantly, women were empowered, not only through personal factors, life skills, self-efficacy, self-esteem, okay? And the way you know how to manage your marriage for those ones who are married, but rather also in relational factors, relationship with their partners. Okay? So that was actually mentioned. And the consequences of this, there was a positive couple dynamics. couples were more likely, they reported more likely to plan together, to agree on sending the children to school, to save money to send them to school. This also component, the empowerment also had that economic empowerment aspect, of course, that women were in VSLS, and that women were linked up to some income generating activities. And this was quoted as to have led to significant changes in their livelihood. And the important part is, it is given it to their children and welfare. Relevant entry for beneficiaries buy-in, especially for men who resist. If you get your wife, she's making money and she's you just have to change. You don't continue fighting, you know. That's the idea of that being a buy-in. But one in particular part, as an evaluator and participating in many projects, that is I would say is this improved parenting and joint financial planning is very key. As we note, it's empowering young people is a moving target. The young man, the children of tomorrow are not going to be exposed to a program. The child who is 10 years, in 4 years' time, we would have not had any intervention from a project. So having parents empowered could potentially be the only way that we leave this information behind sustainably, that in the future they can pass on that. So this was a very good point that we are seeing these improvements. I also know, of course, that the Ministry of Health of Gender is also family health model, or nurture caring model that they are also trying to implement.
Ivan, want the slideshow back on?
All right, so I think I should move slightly faster. By the time it goes off next time, I will have finished. Okay, so we have talked about equitable decision making at the household level for those men who participated in the intervention and the women who participated in the intervention. They were now able to communicate and speak together. Since I started being in this project, the relationship between me and my husband has improved greatly. There is more trust and respect. That's a quotation from the voice from one of the respondents. So we also saw that there are some changes in gender norms, equitable gender roles. We see that some men are willing now to support their partners, to be more helpful, to look after the baby. The fact that women have known and been told that they have rights and has led them to misbehave and become in dispute with their husbands, that was quoted as one of the challenges to norms change. That in the patriarchal society like ours, when men start saying women taking an upper hand, they start fighting back. And they even start threatening the sex activists. You don't come to my home. You are the one making my wife to misbehave. No? So, but this shows you that next design we need to think about the men, but it is very good that the men action group actually performed very well. Maybe we need to scale it up to many places as a matter of speaking, not a matter of recommendation, sorry. However, so this is, the equitable gender roles increased, especially among the YSLS and the school clubs. It's very interesting that the knowledge about this and the well behavior improved, even among the school, but also YSLS. But I've explained that one of the reasons why it might have improved there. Okay. What about the violence? The acceptability of violence, we know this country is still very high, even among the females themselves. But good news is that it decreased, especially among the Ugandans, but among the refugees, for one reason or the other, it went up. Could it be because men keep on moving and therefore they are less exposed to the intervention? Could it be because the gender norms backlash against men? I was in Moyo and one man understandably took his wife back to the health facility to remove an implant. And the health worker said, actually, mainly refugees do that. The reason is I paid a lot of cows to have many children. How can you tell me you put an implant? Reaching out to men remains very critical. Okay, I think I should be closing question 1. IPV, we're talking about violence. We talked about SRH violence here. Again, the IPV decrease among the refugees in general. Fiscal IPV remained unchanged, especially among the Ugandans. But the most interesting part was SGBV, sexual violence, increased. And then very recently, when there was a report I was listening to, and we were talking about Akiralamu, how the cases of SGBV has increased, the police report. Then I said, actually, I think what we picked, what young people were saying, could be right. But may I also mention that I try to do what we call adjusted analysis for those ones who understand epidemiology and statistics. Reason is some of the girls who are mentees or who are mentored are actually the girls who had issues and problems. So essentially, there was likely to be a slightly higher SGBV in that category. Some of them, that was one of the most qualifying reasons into this. So you would expect that this is not necessarily an increase, but potentially the selection issue of who comes in to be mentored and to be supported. So we need to interpret that result with that in mind. Strengths of implementation factors. We have talked about improvement in knowledge. Okay, we have talked about reduction improvement uptake of family planning. What are some of the strengths that we picked out? Strong synergies between output 1 and output 2. If we went to the community and we preached about young women taking up contraceptives, and they walked to the health facility and the contraceptives are not there, surely you wouldn't see any change, would you? But the fact that the program was designed in such a way to supporting the health facility and also supporting the community was very key point and a strength of this project. That is worth a replication. Flexibility and responsiveness, I can't highlight this more. I stated this several times from the beginning. Volunteers, motivation, capacities. So this is the community structures. I can't remember one of the young people who came here, and he said initially he was thought of as being violent, right? And how he changed because he wanted to be part of the project. It was self-motivation. I don't think someone forced him to do that. Now, if you get a person like him who has changed voluntarily and wants to support other young people, surely he will do more than just when you just recruit a university graduate. So I would say the selection of the community structures or people who lead and facilitate was a good one. That was very good, because if you get them from the community, they're self-motivated, they are able to do this. Self-efficacy matters. Capacity of the IP staff, care, for example. I've been in these communities for a long time. So they know how to manage, where to go, and how to manage buy-ins. So that's what I mean by capacity of both the technical but also management capacities. Challenges, we think there was unrealistic targets given the insufficient number of staff. to support the community structures that had about 4,000 volunteers or facilitators and mentees and so on. This could have compromised the follow-up and the approach. In some of the communities, SASA facilitators were reached fewer times, not because care does not want to go and reach them, but by the time you finish running a whole sub-county, the year is done, the quarter is done. So insufficient initial training or mentorship or follow-up could also attribute it to the same, that the fact that you have so many that you have to follow up becomes a challenge for you to reach them in a time. Then not enough community volunteers or community structure members. If we want to reach a whole sub-county and you have only 4 SASA facilitators in that sub-county, surely they cannot reach everyone in depth and reliably. So those are 2 points. 1 from IP staff, but 2 from the volunteers or the community structure participants themselves. Safeguarding the risks also were mentioned. As I mentioned before, there are some men who will tell you, my wife started misbehaving since you started coming here. I don't want you to come back. There were a few cases that were reported that way. Question 2. This is about now SRH, but mainly at the facility level and the coordination at another level, okay? Effectiveness of training and mentoring of health service providers were noted. The program, again, overachieved its targets. As was presented this morning, they reached more than 201 health facilities, but many trainings over and over again, okay? The training sessions, especially for value classification and attitude transformation for adolescent youth friendly services was most appreciated and effective. This, the health workers reported to have changed the way they deal with young people. Improvement so even the young people themselves reported high increases in friendliness, staff, and respect or dignity accorded to them when they go to the health facility. All those were improvements, showing that the health workers have become more supportive and providing friendly services. Increasing the number of health workers who follow evidence-based guidelines also increased from 4% to 20%, although this is still very low. The reason is some of the few health workers I personally talked to were saying, well, when you, like the professor said, when you create demand, there are many people coming, right? But then you only 5 health workers. Now, if you went through each and every aspect to ask, do you go to school? Do you use drugs? Do you use alcohol? You know, those are some of the questions defined for this indicator. You will not have that time. So what you do, you go straight to the main point. But now when you come to scoring, it means we scored poorly. Because the idea of asking a young person about alcohol, about sexual relationships, is so that you give a holistic approach to their health issues. So creating demand is perfectly good, but resourcing the health facilities is equally important. It's very important. Okay? Effectiveness of youth-friendly services, youth champions, and outreaches. This morning, the youth champion described how they used to support the outreaches, right? How they can help in the community and also collect some information to feed in the district and also to the health workers. So the capacity of the health facilities to ensure age-appropriate health education and counseling increased significantly from I'm coming too clever and going too fast. It increased from, this is very interesting, so I wanted to show it before I go. From, it doubled. So previously, you don't pay attention to this as a health worker. But after the training, after exposure, despite the fact that you have so many clients who have come to you, you still make sure that appropriate information is given. This is very, very key. Okay, the youth champions have already mentioned what they did. They also, 23% of the young people who used contraceptives, they said they are using this for the first time and said because of the outreaches by web program. 12% also claim to have switched to more reliable method because of the web program. So it shows you how the positive inroads of the web program and the community level. The project has helped us to learn how to organize the services better in practical ways. That's, normally with the outreaches, we go out with the teams of health workers, and for us, the youth champions, our role is to conduct health education, the youth and adolescents, give condoms, educate them on family planning, and carry out HIV/AIDS testing and guidance. It was very interesting about giving out condoms. They were saying sometimes it's not easy to go to a health worker and ask for condoms. But if it's a fellow peer, a person is of your age, it's very easy for you to go and do that. The trouble is if they give you too many. The challenges, however, was not all health facilities had a well-planned outreach with a plan. They are doing outreaches, but they're not planned. It is like, this quarter I think we can go, the other quarter will fail, right? Staff movements, after you train as a project and some of them move away, could explain some of these issues. Effectiveness of GBV activities. This morning, I think it was the professor still who talked about Saudi helpline, but also there's a survivor fund, but then there's also NGBV database that web program supported all across the 11 districts. I think this is not me. I don't think it's me. Okay. Now that I'm in the middle, I will risk becoming a pastor, but I will stay on the science first. Okay. So the issue with the GBV database, the activities have reached out to many people, and many cases, more than 50% of the cases are resolved compared to about 12% at the baseline are resolved within time. But the challenges we had with this is that this database, and in fact it was mentioned here, it keeps on breaking down. But was it breaking down? I think when I listened to the professor very well, he said, because of creation of new administrative units. So meaning you have to keep on updating. And sometimes when you're updating, you make a smaller error and then the system goes down. But that was one of the key contributions, and I'm sure that the system now is going to be functional. This should be able to move very quickly. So that is one of the only limitations, but as far as this activity is concerned, we think it's a very positive one, in a positive direction. And Saudi Helpline have been around, so catalytic funding from web program has supported it to fill in the gaps and so on. Okay, effectiveness of activity support coordination at the subnational level, sub-district level, this was supported. There is evidence that the coordination between different platforms, the platforms have been mentioned this morning, they are better supported and are very effective. Line ministries, however, I think in our interviews, in our discussions, many of them, they wanted to be heavily involved, but then other time commitments, inadequate involvement. But of course, we also appreciate that our discussion at the district, time poverty among the senior health officials, CDOs, DCDOs, sorry, also makes them overstretched with so many other meetings. Question 3, this is about to what extent have the young people been identified, supported to develop and implement breakthrough solutions themselves at the community level. Empowerment was great. They were here this morning. I am not sure whether I need to report and repeat this, but here they testified on how the program has empowered them, but more importantly, how that empowerment was translated into reaching out to other young people. I think this is what this finding is about. I have already talked about the volunteer selection. That was very helpful, that it is self-voluntary kind of self-selection, or at least people who are interested and happy to transform. And especially, in my culture, you say sometimes when you send a thief, you can easily catch another thief. If you get a sex worker, transform her very well, probably she will help to stop others joining sex work. The same thing when you get a male who is violent and turn them into a role model can actually be very, very effective. So 17 social innovation enterprises supported by the program was gathering 31 and 76 innovators in phases 1 and 2. Empowerment of innovators, of course. Skills and knowledge to reach young people on SRH. Legalization and formalization of this structure. Various skills related to the type of innovation they are working on. And 2 of the 10 groups first drop out, but then the team was able to support. These points are summarizing rather that this structure was set up, was supported. The people who are running it, the young people, were skilled in different areas, were empowered and legalized their structure and their businesses, which is a plus because you are empowering young people. And there are different types of innovations. The key thing is, as I mentioned in the very beginning, is that not all the innovations were reaching vulnerable people. Some of them were targeting any youth. 2, duplicates of what has been done, not all innovative. The quality might compete with the professional work. What we are saying here is there were some young people who developed like IEC materials. But you see, IEC materials, if you get someone from Ministry of Education here, or even gender, I will tell you it's not a very simple job. It requires a lot of skills. So how do you expect a young person you train for 2 years to be able to empowered to develop very efficient materials? But interestingly, we have to start from somewhere. So it is still a positive point. It's just that in the future, when you are programming, this is a point we need to look at. Maybe we have few and you mentor them very well, but it's a very, very, very positive point. Despite the efforts noted to better link up the innovators, the rest of the program, the involvement was said to be patchy and not systematic. In one of the innovators that we met, we realized that they are meeting a group, but this group is not in a way linked to any SASA group or male action group or safe space. It's like it was standing alone. What could be the reason? Could it be because it came towards the end? Could it be because the innovation was still evolving? So those are some of the reasons that we gathered. That it is a very good innovation or very good activity, but maybe in the future we need to link it up better than it was in the current setting. To what extent that the way interventions were integrated, that brings me to here. Having talked about that one not being linked up, they were actually linked very well to each other than that one that I've just mentioned. You find members of school club, sometimes they are met in SASA groups in the community, but also we found the facilitators and the mentees and the mentors sometimes having meetings that they inform each other and talk to each other. We think the UNFPA structure and the IP structure, especially have the regional meetings, you're able to monitor, supervise, mentor, was one of the key structures that helps to inform that the integration is followed through. Of course, your working relationship with the districts also as well has helped to that coordination and evidence of interest for different political leads, especially that you have been in this region for some time. SRH agenda is still largely funded by the donors. All right. I think there are many things like this. What about the humanitarian nexus or the refugees? The work program contribute to the comprehensive refugee response framework by design, but also by implementation. Focus on refugee population and increase attention to interventions benefiting most vulnerable girls was also some of the structures that were set up in the refugee settlements. The operational efficiency was generally very good. We have the program put in place relevant mechanisms to ensure efficiency, especially the fact we are working with the community structures that reach far. If you look at the unity cost of reaching an individual youth will essentially be very, very low for that reason. However, further efficiency gains could be made. We think you can transform people by focusing a lot of interventions on them. Of course, if you give them too much information, I also wonder where is the threshold beyond which someone gets confused. You know, if you have too much information, you also get confused. That's why some of my professors look confused, you know. So, but if you so scanty, you actually sometimes can cause more trouble because the young people will believe they know, but actually they don't know that much. So we think spreading out too thinly, it might not be as good as when you concentrate in a few places and make sure that people are thoroughly inculcated into positive practices. The last question, did the work program contribute to increased utilization of SRH and GBV? All the things I've said since I started standing here points to that. In fact, all the things we said since morning, they point to these improvements. The evidence that the service uptake has improved. This is about 106 and this is about 260. It is in 5 years, 6 years time, 7 years time, the increase is actually very impressive. More than doubles. 266 is more than twice 106. Then this line here, we say this line came down here. You know that there's a time when the ministry and we changed for HIV services. Instead of testing everyone who comes at the health facility, you only test the high risk targeted testing. That's the reason that explains this going down. But the most interesting is that even during COVID-19 times, the uptake was still supported and was still very high. That was explained this morning. Where contribution to utilization, here, I had already mentioned previously that 12% of the young people said they switched to more effective method because of where. I had also mentioned that 23% of the young people said they started using family planning for the first time because of where intervention. So these are additional. Percentage of young people using modern contraceptives increased from 35 to 64. Use of ANC increased also. It reflects the peak in teenage pregnancy during COVID-19, but also the ability of WAY program to encourage young women who fell pregnant to use ANC services. That could explain why the percentage of young people among the pregnant women went high up. As we know, during COVID, most young people got pregnant, especially the ones that are learners. So that explains why the percentage of young people among the pregnant women who go for ANC is very high. But we shouldn't forget the point that there's also an issue of program being able to encourage them to go. They might have gotten pregnant and stay home, but the fact they went to the health facility is a plus of the program. Influence on attitudes regarding contraceptives. About a third of young people still have negative attitudes, unfortunately, about contraceptives. They still have a fear of what can happen when you use contraceptives. Some of them, always use them, you might fail to have a baby in the future. But in my experience about this. I've been here doing this research, SRH, family planning, for now more than 15 years. Even health workers sometimes discourage young people. You know, you can't take this method. This one will cause you trouble. She's a health worker, right? i.e., side effects are real. So when we are packaging this, we need to package it correctly. It's not a lie that side effects are there. They are there. But the positive effects outweigh those negative effects. However, the increased uptake of contraceptives, limited improvement in attitudes and knowledge of side effects has created a likely potential for discontinuation. One of the things we noted was the young women who were initiated on modern contraceptives, about a very large number, of about 30%, discontinued. But this was mostly in West Nile. Sorry, the discontinuation is higher actually than in West Nile. So meaning it's not entirely that the program didn't do anything. You know, the fact that there's some discrepancy between the two, it implies that there are also other factors at play, not that the program did not support. Because in one area you support it and you see a decrease, in another area you see an increase. But one of the key aspects that when we were talking to these young people, we realized that some of them initiated family planning without understanding the side effects, without understanding that side effects are real. So when they come, what do? You take off, right? Emphasis on side effects, I think, is very key for future programming. Factors inhibiting changes in young people, the rigid norms. There are younger men and women at the community level who weirdly don't believe in family planning, no matter what you say, right? In Yumbe, we had a case of a young girl saying, you can use a coin of 500, you boil it and you drink the water. It's more, it's risk-free contraceptive in terms of side effects. That story is 2023, right? This year. It's not in the... So the norms, the norms, you know, I was telling someone, if I give you bananas, matoke has a, if you don't grow up in a culture that eats matoke, it has a flat taste. But if you convince me that I shouldn't eat matoke, I'll tell you, you must be joking, you know? But you ask me, what do you like? Do you see how certain things control us, the way we grow up, without us thinking about them? Now, why do I actually like matoke? At home, if there's no matoke, there's no food. Rice is there. So these norms actually affect even the teachers at schools and the way they pass on information. These norms affect even the SAS activists passing on the information. Mentorship, follow-up, very critical even for our community structures. Although norms are starting to shift, we saw that, as I mentioned before, men are now washing their women's feet. No, in quotes. But men have improved, but we see some men are still resisting. You know, in Obongi, men were saying, most of the Muslim men don't want to hear about family planning. Okay? Question 5. This has become clever, okay? I have already described this, that one of the reasons why they are discontinuing, the percentage of distribution reason why is cited for not using contraceptives. We asked why you are not using, those ones who are not currently using, why they are not. The percentage of young people using contraceptives increased almost twice, right? But still we had many who are not using. The question is, why are you not using? The fear of side effects was here. It was reported as one of the key reasons. Of course, there's this one of saying they are not sexually active, or some are breastfeeding, or wants to they are trying to get pregnant, that's okay. But this is a reason to highlight, to add on the point of discontinuation, to say that it is very important that in future design, we need to think about that as well. Teenager pregnancy rates, these have, especially among young people who participate in the program, sure it decreased from 20 to 12%. Although we see non-significant change here, 12 to 15%, but this is not statistically significant. To a statistician, this rate says it did not change much in West Nile. But it was driven by refugees communities, where we had a large sample size. Okay, it's mentioned here, Yumbi and Obongi as key drivers of that sustainably high teenage pregnancy rate. UDHS, of course, UDHS also documents a reduction. The current, the 2022-23 UDHS. The last question, the program contribute, there's no conclusive evidence to assess the contribution of WARE to GBV service utilization, other than the fact that at the health facility, the health facilities that were not offering SGBV services were currently doing so. The health workers also were well trained and were able to manage that. But when you look at the data is not, still needs some improvement for us to use the national database to be able to. You cannot trace one video between HMIS, the data set at the health facility, and the GBV data set, the national GBV database, sorry. You can't tell this is Mary and the same Mary who went to the health facility. When you reach that point, I think this will be very, very good. So the project did a lot, but unfortunately we cannot have a very traceable number all across these components. We wanted to make some few quick comments about in-school aspects. While the WARE program contributed to improvements in young people's comprehensive knowledge about sexuality, SRH, family planning, it had limited influence on SRH attitudes and practices. There was an overall increase in the proportion of young people engaging in risky sex. Of course, anyone in school, in sex, it is risky sex, right? So meaning this rather implies that young people who are engaging in sex, percentage has increased. But of course, this, if we think about COVID-19, some of them started initiating sex around that time. So either out of excitement they have continued, or there's another reason that could explain that. i.e., we need to arm them with the life skills and life skills. In fact, I want to say life skills. The reason, the second one is this, that that increased levels of risky sex may be linked to that. Negative attitudes towards contraceptive use remained high. And there's one point I wanted to say, that they also were not using condoms in some of these risky sex acts. So like they're hiding away and doing this. Sexually active young people in school seem to have switched from condoms to traditional contraceptive methods. It's very interesting that many of them have been converted, like a pastor talked to them, you know, books before babies. No? It's like, no, I don't want even to touch a condom. I'm focusing on my books. But when natural urge comes, unfortunately, if you don't know how to use a condom, you'll end up having sex with the withdrawal method sex, which is very risky. I.e., you fear pregnancy more than HIV and STI now in this context. Then the other one, the results also show that there was a mixed impact on attitudes as well, on the other aspects. There was an improved, young people reported improved self-esteem as well as equitable gender relations in some schools, but not all of them. The resistance to use family planning and the sexuality is rarely spoken about. some of the interventions at schools. So this also has to do more with the, if you are at school and passing on information to young people, and there are some limits, there are some information you disclose to them, that could be one of the reasons. But some of these young people also access the intervention at the community level. So what could be one of the key reasons? Perceptions, these attitudes, why are they persisting? Is something worth it for a social scientist to think about. Lastly, sustainability and exit strategy. I've kept on saying lastly because I'm expecting to stop. But it also keeps you watching that it is last. I'm a teacher, I mentioned at the very beginning. There was a comprehensive exit strategy. At least the districts are aware when a program is going to exit. But as we mentioned, SRH is still driven by the donor. I know there's the issue of this demographic dividend where districts are supposed to commit some money for SRH for young people, but it's still, government is still struggling. I was in one of the meetings very recently, and that's one of the issues we're talking about. Where do you get funds to implement these? The districts are unfortunately at different levels. There are some districts that are very excited and they are saying they are going to continue with the structures in the community to support them, to mentor them. But there are some districts that are saying, but you see, we need some facilitation. There's that, I shouldn't sound negative though, because I'm a government worker, but there's that sense of deniability of your tasks or as a government worker. We always try to shift it to lack of resources. But there are some, I believe, I do gender responsive budgeting, and I've gone to several districts, I've met several people. And my idea is local resources. We can actually do something without waiting for the center. To support these structures, we can do something without necessarily going there. But this, at least as yet the project is concerned, that was planned. It's just rather the implementation which is still key. In summary, the project has done very well, overachieved on most of the indicators. But as I mentioned, for GBV, we still have something missing. But also another thing, as an M&A person, I think I wanted to see some indicators that capture how the structures are performing their work. We are now saying how many were trained, how many people they reached out. But what about the quality of what they were doing? What about the consistency? Did we have some indicators to measure fidelity of the way they were passing on this information? SBCC, which most of these aspects fall in, must be context aware when you're designing indicators, and must be adaptable and change with the changing times. So that is one of the aspects. The design of demand generation activities and output one uses an ecological model where you use a complementarity of interventions. You know that talking about SRH alone is not good, but we need to talk about the gender norms. But as I mentioned before, because of COVID-19, we ended up instead focusing on families and individuals, and we missed out the community-wide changes. So they are still in the community, the young girls who are still fearing that if I go, people in the community will laugh at me when they see me going to the health facility. I'm not sexual active and I'm talking about condoms. So there's that part there that still have room to be improved on. But most important, the last one is the fact that you are almost everywhere in the district, limited some of your transformations that actually you would get if you concentrated this. Okay, output 2 improved significantly. The youth friendliness services are available at the facility. Probably one part I wanted to mention here is that in some facilities they don't have allocated space for friendly services. Even in a Jumani hospital, we are saying, no, sometimes we just tell other women, say, don't come on Wednesday, it is for the youth. But sometimes when you do like that, it becomes discrimination and stigmatizing. To know that, because now everyone will be watching, whose youth are going there, no? So even some youth fear. So even one health worker said sometimes they don't come. Why? Because they now fear. They say they know it's Wednesday for the youth. People will be, even my mother might be watching. I'm going or not. Yeah, so, but that is infrastructure. That has nothing to do with the project, but it is something which is real and key. The synergy, as mentioned this, the synergy between output 1 and 2, the fact that you work in the community to create and the facility to improve the delivery of services was a positive and a very strong point that can be replicated. Okay. However, this progress and voluntarism attitude was not much to changes in the gender norms, as I mentioned from the very beginning, that it has taken us so many years to reach where we are. In statistics, there's something called regression toward the mean. Even an educated professor, very recently you saw that in the newspapers, there's witchcraft in Makerere, right? So do you see, however educated you are, if you don't think about it, you will actually regress towards an average person in your village. They call it regression toward the mean. We can do very impressive stuff, but people can regress toward the mean. Gender norms is our mean. If we believe in witchcraft in your village, it's your mean. So even if you regress towards that, if you don't think about it. Effectively, we need more interventions in that component going forward. Okay, so we have talked about this, changing the gender norms. Mixed results on output 3 about how show that the strategy seeking to bring an income source to young innovators and SRH benefits to young people may not be best realized. It's like, this is a simple example. I'm developing materials, IEC, and I want to distribute this information. I'm an innovator, right? But there's someone who has developed better quality information and is even offered for free. So as a young person, do you think I will get any money from out? No. So there are some innovations that we are saying that some of them might not actually, if it were just for free, without economically empowering the young person, they are perfectly okay. But if we want a young person to pick out something out of it, when we are designing and making calls for these innovations, we need to screen out for this to make sure that it is unique and actually there is market for it. Different ways of reaching and influencing young people in young schools be found. This is still perplexing and very complicated. This of schools. These guys are exposed, but still their attitudes are still not changing as fast as the community level. Could it be that they are saying, no, I'm not yet sexually active, I'll wait when I reach there, that's when I'll start thinking about that. But the community ones, many of them are sexually active, so they have, when you give them the information, they take it up, internalize it. But this is an area that me and my team leader will still think about more. I wish to continue from here, but I think I've talked too much. I now welcome questions and comments. I thank you.
So thank you very much, Dr. Simon. Another round of applause for him for a job well done. These findings are preliminary. We're still looking at the data and the findings. Probably there'll be a finalized product maybe in a couple of months that we'll share with all of us. I think before we go into 25 minutes of discussion, I would ask that after the pumpkins and beef, I see the heads falling, maybe Rahu need an energizer before we can go into Q&A. Albert? Yes, Albert, please. You work with young people. Come and make us feel younger.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I think maybe you can. Sorry. Hey. And stand up. Let us stand up. Are we okay? Make sure that your neighbor is like a half a meter on you, just a half a meter. I'm seeing our bodies are too now tired. So because they have abruptly attacked me, just we're going to do one thing to exercise our mind and our body. So come. Let us reflect our mind. So it's just something very simple which we're going to do. We normally do it using training, but I get the ball. I get the ball.
I get the ball.
I get the ball.
I get the ball.
I get the ball.
I put it here. I prepare it. I prepare it.
I get the ball.
I get the ball. I get the ball. I put it here. I prepare it. I prepare it. I get the ball. I get the ball. I get the ball. I get the ball. I put it here. I prepare it. I prepare it. I get the ball. I get the ball. I put it here. I prepare it. I prepare it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to the team from Rao. I think we'll take maybe the first round of questions. We'll have 2 rounds of questions, maybe 6, and then we'll move on to the next presentation. So, by show of hands, just let us know if you have a question to ask, and we'll give the microphones. Agnes, question? Give you chance first.
Of course, we already had a discussion of this yesterday, and I would like to start by appreciating the team for the work well done. And I'm aware that it's still a work in progress with some interesting findings, some and the West Nilers here is actually the intimate sexual violence. It's also good to compare, because it's interesting that among the nationals that is increasing, but then among the refugees that is no, the violence is increasing among the refugees, but intimate partner violence is increasing among the nationals. So it's kind of a complex comparison. Generally, the violence is more among the refugees, but then when it gets inside, our our men and women are misbehaving at that level. So it's a nice, interesting finding, which is worth finding out. And also from what you presented, it seems more in the Choli region than in West Nile, and I'm looking at the Choli men around the table here and like thinking it's a nice finding for the research, but it's also worth when we are talking of preventing violence, but also the sexual violence among the partners. It's worth looking into it.
Thank you, Agnes. I'm sure, Simone, you're taking note of these comments and questions.
Give a contextual perspective of violence. I don't know which violence Madame
is making reference to, but looking at the forms of violence, and particularly the physical violence, where the intimate partner violence is, contextually in our setting, in the GBVIMS that we utilize, it's usually that very physical violence that she's referring to as being low in the refugee setting. It's literally most profound. So I honestly see a correlation. Probably we should be able to appreciate it statistically, but in terms of incidence reporting, intimate partner violence, which is also depicted as physical violence in our system as we capture data, is what is most profound. Then the other emotional and economic come thereafter. I don't know which exact output you are looking at, Mr. Facilitator, but there was a point where you did highlight that there were health facilities. I think 3 out of 7 health facilities did not have planned outreach, like plans for outreaches. I'm thinking this is one project document that has to be utilized by all operational areas, and there should be that sense of uniformity in how the project is implemented. Why is it that those 3 didn't have? And were they part of the targeted health facilities, or it was an error? Because I'm wondering why then have the plan.
Thank you. Question is well noted. Any other questions?
My concern is more to do with the community.
Is the microphone on, off?
Yes, gender-based violence. In the previous times, the rate seemed to have been low. I'm of age. I can reflect back at the earlier times. But it seemed to have increased. Is it around food security? Because if I can reflect back, our food security was more garden-based. We had animals, we had other resources harvested within. But now it is more of hand to mouth. Unless you move, you can't get some means of survival. I need your comment on that. And then secondly, issues to do with the adolescents and the youth. The role of parenting has not come out so strongly. I just wanted you to make a remark on that as well. Because these children, I mean the youth and the adolescents come from households. And what values are being instilled in them? And then what are the lifestyles of their parents? For instance, if a young man is walking virtually naked, or a lady is walking, an adolescent is walking naked, who bought those dressings? From where is she coming and exiting? And then what are being taught to these? What were taught to these youths and adolescents are the childhood. I needed a remark on that because I strongly feel the parenting aspect is a very big challenge. Thank you.
You will take one more question. Right, no, just hold on. One more, and then we have Simone to respond. Then we have a round of questions.
Thank you so much. I want to thank the presenter for the wonderful findings from his report. There are a number of issues that he highlighted. From the report, one thing that came out prominently was the issue of the quality of choices young people make, especially in addressing challenges. And in the context of Yumbe, an issue was raised about young people using coins as a preventive measure to stop teenage pregnancy. I don't know whether I got it right. If that is the case, I wanted to find out, through the project, what did we do to support the community where that young person comes from? Because the problem could even be bigger. From identifying the problem, were there interventions to support that community in trying to solve that problem? That's number one. Number two, we do know that structures like the religious institutions play a very important role. Where literacy levels are very low, you find that the communities believe more in what the religious leaders say. In the report, I didn't see aspects of how we're engaging the religious leaders to play a part in changing the norms, the negative norms in our societies. I didn't see it coming out very clearly. The third aspect is in terms of the clubs. Through the project, we have done well to support clubs in a number of schools. And I want to appreciate the organizers of this meeting because we were able to evidence what the young people are doing in their communities, really to support and transform their communities through what they did here. At the district level, I will also be very glad to see how this is brought out through our different engagements in the district. If we have activities at the district level, can we showcase of how the young people are supporting communities, change some of these norms? Thank you so much.
Simone, over to you, and then we shall have a last round of questions, and then we'll close this.
Thank you so much. I think I will start with talking about actually schools, clubs at schools. I think these young people, like Green said this morning, they're doing a great job. But actually, it also reminds me of one point he mentioned this morning. He said his colleagues, now they fear him. They have knowledge that they are doing something wrong, but actually the attitudes and the practices might have not changed if I can take him correctly. Because he said, now when they see him, they will run away from whatever they are doing. Meaning actually, they know there is something wrong, but they are doing it. But when they see him, they run away. It speaks volumes to much as, and it's from one of the big schools, right? Janan Loom schools. So it's really, what about a very rural school then? If it is a school near a municipality, it behaves that way. Okay, so that is one. The second one is religious leaders in our report. They were involved, but were not a main key community structure. So that's why they are not reflected here as a key structure. But I think many of them were reached as part of the structures, but not strongly by this project. There's another sister project called the ANSWER project, which heavily utilizes that structure. And it also operates in the same district. So we think they're already engaged and trained, and they should be able to reach out to everyone. But a point that we need to make in this report to highlight. The quality of choices young people make to error is human. Otherwise, HIV wouldn't be here in Uganda. So we shouldn't actually blame these young people. To error is very healthy. It was, I shouldn't say it was only actually one girl. It was 3 in 3 localities in Yumbe who talked about using a coin. I am not sure who spread the information about the coin, but all of them were from school. So meaning, actually, the power of the school, you just get one young girl with the wrong information, the whole school will learn about it. But it also shows us the power of peer education, that if peers are well empowered, they can actually transform many of them. So it's a point that we have the solution, but maybe how do we package that to make sure that it is internalized by these young people is very, very important. Role of parenting. Parents have been, role of parenting is very key. It's as I mentioned in the beginning, that the young people are a moving target. The ones of today between 14 and 29, they will be moving on. The 5 and 6, 7 are becoming in this space. That we need to have shine a torch that keeps on giving them this information. Parents, many of us parents are still struggling to talk about sex with our children. The educated ones like you and me are even the worst. You know, the only thing we know is to buy them toys, PlayStations, and but not talk about sex with them. Empowering parents is very key. I agree with you entirely. The issue of child rights, in one of the projects, I'm participating in one of the investigators in a project called Rio Fathers. We target young fathers in 6 regions. It's a USAID project, and you want to transform them the way they deal with their children. When a young child sees the father beating the mother, he grows up to know that is very normal. Research has shown that. Poverty has been shown as one of the precursors for violence. Maybe we have become poverty and food security, as you put it, food poverty is one of the key aspects. Women empowerment has also been shown to be a problem in some communities. Men have reacted negatively to empowered women. Interestingly, this is most common in Kampala. Parents, we have talked about that. So why GBV has increased? Around COVID-19, we are told GBV cases are increasing. Why? You are idle, you are seated at home, anything small, you quarrel about it. Now, just imagine, I'm sure it is men who are a problem. We are not used to sitting home. Now you sit home, the food doesn't come on the time, you complain, and you start quarreling, and the fights begin. But I think there are so many other reasons that we need to tap into. I know UNFPA is also mandated to handle the GBV cases. So, and one of the projects I think we evaluated was a joint program on GBV, and they were tackling some of these issues. So the idea is just to synergize a project like a way to tap into that, but without necessarily doing everything in one project. The more you do, the more likely you're going to get staff who are weak in these areas, and you end up delivering very poorly. Coordination, working together with others become very, very key. Physical violence and IPV, yes. So we're saying there are many partners in the refugee settlements probably who have helped. When everyone says COVID-19 has come, we go and talk to the refugees because we know violence is very high. Everyone forgot about the Ugandans. I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest. I've been in this space for some time. When everyone say, we know that physical violence is very high in the refugee settlement, and the COVID must have made it worse, then every partner is going there to convince them. But the Ugandans might have missed. Facilities without outreach plans, not outreach activities. Plans. You have an activity, but it's not planned. It's like this quarter I'm going out to one place, another quarter. But this one is saying, no, we shall go out when we have enough staff, or when we're not pressed up. So the plan is rather what is missing, but the activities they were doing. But planning, having a planned activity, because we asked them to show us the plan, on what they are planning to do. And they were not. As a teacher, I teach, some people get 90%, others get 30%. They are still my students. So some facilities, unless you get a stick, governance and the leadership at the facility matter a lot. There are facilities we have gone in and any church tells you, we have no time for you to do the interviews. Or even, and that is it. I mean, what do you do? How do you protect, I'm talking about, I think the question of IPV, the cultures, it is something that we need to discuss in detail. It's not, it's not something we can just wish away. No, this has been with us for a long time. The women who suffer from violence in this country are more than 3 times women who have HIV. Violence and go to health facility with injuries is more than 3 times the women who are living with HIV in this country every year. So it's a very big problem. So I think it's something we need to look at literature more. We need to have maybe some group interviews, and we really collect more information and integrate into the designs of programs. If there's any question which is not very clear, or I've not answered it clearly, I'll get back to it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Simon. We'll take another maximum of 5 questions. We're not doing too well on time. And then you can respond. 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Thank you very much. For me, I'm very excited about the very good results that have been highlighted. However, I'm so worried about what the outcomes in the schools are, that we had almost twice the number of young people that started engaging in sexual activity, and many young people switching to traditional methods of contraception. I want to recommend that we probably go further and explain the factors related to this, so that it can inform our future programs. But I also want to think that, I don't know whether it was about the peer education programs in schools, because as a country we had moved away from peer education, but rather to have peer mobilizers, because of the evidence that peer education does not really work. So we need to go further and do more analysis on this. Thank you.
Thanks so much, the facilitator or the moderator. Great thanks goes to UNFPA and the DANIDA for the intervention in this area, which touches the basic roots of mankind. We thank you so much for the commitment. But my concern goes on what you raised. Basically, when you go to the refugee community, there has been a lot of interventions, but quite often, when these partners leave, they leave with the work they have been doing. Even after 1 year, you will never trace that maybe Danida did this, UNFPA was here. You will never trace. And that's the reason why every partner that comes starts from zero. And yet work has always been done time and again. So that one leads me to my question. What is that unique intervention this project has put in place to ensure that there will be sustainability of what has been done? I have been carefully listening. I have not heard it coming out clearly that maybe there are these strong school clubs, peer leaders in schools, maybe community groups, OCBOs, which have been trained, put in place to further the cause. Thank you.
Thank you so much, facilitator. My name is Michael Lacon, LC5 chairperson of Amuro. I always do not attend closeout meeting because it is a painful memory of intervention. But I think today I've enjoyed the closeout meeting for the findings exercise, the result that you portrayed. You moved, the intervention was done in our district, and the district are known. In your findings, you went to our specific district. I wanted if the result of your findings as district-based specific, so that it helps us in our district to sit on how best we can continue from the closeout. Because if you don't avail as a specific, because this is general findings, but it is not district specific. Can you avail to Amuru, our district specific, to allow continuity after the closeout? Thank you.
We need 2 more. Let me give for this one who has been here a long time.
Wow. Finally, I get the mic because I've been requesting for it and kept on running. So I'm happy that now I have it. Thank you so much, Mr. Presenter. I had informally talked to my colleagues and I was saying that one of the best implemented programs we have had, supported by UNFP and ANIDA, is WAY. And so I'm not surprised that the results are coming through are very impressive. We really want to appreciate UNFPA and DANIDA for the intervention. And of course, in your presentation, I had captured quite a number of issues of clarity, but in the interest of time, I will just mention about 2. One is that they have told us that the report is still being finalized, but I pray, just like the previous speakers said, it would be important to get statistics for each district. But also further, try to segregate for us, because in your presentation you kept on referring to people in segregated data. Because then as we go into the next planning, it will be helping us to know whether we are targeting the right people or not. So it will be very important that the report further disaggregates data by sex, age, and where possible, the district, to know what interventions were done. And because the program was implemented in 11 districts, and I'm sure each district will be interested to know how they performed. Yeah, I think for me that's very, very critical. Another statement that you made, and I don't know, because for us, we think that one of the contributing factors to GBV is poverty, but also the vulnerability of women, both the married and unmarried. But now you are telling us that the majority of men seems to be against the economic empowerment of women. And yet for us, at the national level, we are busy cooking and trying to make sure that we create the economic empowerment programs targeting women. Because then we know that when they're economically empowered, most of these issues that we're talking about, access to productive services, will be addressed. So it would be very important that we don't misuse that statistics. Is it possible to find out how many of those men are against, if we think that actually they are? Or the men whose wives have been economically empowered. Lastly, you know, we have been talking about how these young people don't want to go to youth-friendly corners because of their parents. Or youth engaging in sex-risky behavior. So how did you find out? Did you try to interrogate the factors behind that? Would it be the kind of information that we give to the young people? I mean, it would be very important for us to know. Because if there is that backlash, it would be very important that as planners or as programmers, we get to appreciate why the situation is like that. I thank you.
Thank you. One more hand.
One point. I'm happy with this, the findings, especially on those key drivers that you said we didn't concentrate on so much. And just like my senior officer from Arua has emphasized, one of the issues that we must look at as a country is parenting, strengthening the family unit. That's very, very critical. The involvement of the religious leaders, but also not forgetting the cultural leaders, very, very critical for us to achieve the results that we intend to achieve.
One more.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think I join the rest of the previous speakers. First of all, in appreciating the taxpayers of Denmark for committing resources to touch the life of the most deserving part of our society in Western Nile and in the Acholi sub-region. These are people that I think we have grossly neglected in terms of targeting. We know our culture, the traditions, that we do not talk about issues around sex and sexuality. And it is through this intervention that our young people and the most vulnerable people were empowered to be able to appreciate their sexual reproductive health rights. They are able to appreciate the available sexual reproductive health services that they are entitled to get as a human right. And they are able to hold us, the duty bearers, accountable. You have seen how assertive these young people talked in front of us. The women who talked in front of us. My sister from Airi, how she talked passionately about how she benefited. And I think as a Germany district, I'm speaking specifically as a Germany, and particularly the health department, that yesterday we were looking at our indicators as health department. And I can tell you these two projects, the way and then project, helped us to turn our indicators around. We had family planning uptake of 22.9%. But as we check out these two projects, our contraceptive uptake has gone to 45.2%. And this is because the people are able to realize how important this service is. Secondly, we all appreciate that there had been a stagnation in teenage pregnancy. I will call it a stagnation because for 6 years, what we got as a reward is only 1% drop from 25% to 24% as per the latest preliminary Uganda Demographic and Health Survey. And that shows you the bigger problem. Why I'm saying for us as a Germany we are very proud is that I think we are one of the districts with the lowest teenage pregnancy rate compared to all the other. When we were closing the answer, one of the key leaders in Zombo said their teenage pregnancy is far above the national average. It was at 27. In Germany, our teenage pregnancy, as we talk now, has stagnated at 14% compared to the national average of the 24 that is currently available. And I can tell you, the integrated community outreaches, the engagement of our community structures, the empowerment that goes through the savings, the VSLA methodology, the parenting interventions, the SASA interventions, and all these people coming together, and us as health sector with the support of Maristops and other IPs, bringing on board postpartum family planning services within 24 hours are some of the things that helped us to turn things all around. And I can therefore say we are very proud as you check out. One key thing that I cannot also forget to bring out is how we were able to have a functional, multi-sectoral sexual reproductive health and a GBV coordination mechanism, which brings together not one sector, health, education, community services, local government, cultural and religious leaders, and representatives of the young people on a table. We present this data. For us, while the intervention at the community level were ongoing, we focused more on how do we translate these interventions, the economic empowerment, or this community level intervention into realization of our demographic dividend, but more importantly, ensuring that we're able to achieve zero gender-based violence, zero unwanted pregnancy, but zero also maternal death. In front of maternal death, I think we are one of the districts that achieved as well very tremendous progress, because both the way and the answer helped us to have uninstitutionalized ways of managing maternal and perinatal death. Timely notification, timely review, timely development of action plans that we are able to track and ensure that the responsibility centers are placed. I can therefore say, as a health sector, out of over 36 deliveries for the last 3 years, we only lost 7 mothers due to unavoidable circumstances. And I think those are really celebrations that we have come to witness, and also to say thank you very much to UNFPA. Thank you very much to all the implementing partners. Thank you very much to all the key stakeholders that we are able to have this celebration together. Thank you, and thank you so much.
I think the 5 hands are over, maybe with the permission from the chair, if we take many.
I think
Simon, please go ahead.
I want to thank you for the summary. I will start with a question on risky behavior increasing at schools. I don't think it is anything to do with the information shared. It is very natural in life cycle that a child will have sex, right? Maybe we can wait for 18, fine. But it's very natural that they will have sex, no matter what we do. So rather, can we skill them and empower them to have safer sex? That's the only question we can plan for. So I think my thinking is that as we look at more data, as I mentioned, as also you mentioned, that as we look at more data, the data we have, this is preliminary, we still have a lot of data. We can look at it and make sure that we add some structure and some explanations what could be happening here on this component. So we're going to do that. Then there was a question about economic empowerment versus GBV. No, I think maybe I said it poorly. I said it has also been shown that economic empowerment, if done wrongly, can also increase GBV. The first UN women model was WAD, Women Under Development. It ignored the men completely, and there was a terrible backlash. Now, we had GAD, Gender and Development, i.e. men are also catered for. We preach equity, we preach equality or access to resources, equal access to resources, but not equality in terms of man equal to woman, but rather about the resources. But if you go in the community and you turn it around and you're preaching it wrongly, you surely can cause trouble. Are we actually, sometimes the fidelity of implementation of our messaging of the GAD model, is it correct? Or some of us, we go to the community and we're telling women, no, you are equal to a man. I can come home if he comes home at midnight, also the following day you come home at midnight. This women's rights concept that we all know, but they should be preached carefully with respect to different cultures. I assure you, if we use force against the cultural norms, we are not going to go anywhere. How many years has this country, Uganda, when did we sign to stop GBV? More than 30 years ago. But we still have GBV. We still have resistance. How many years did we sign to stop female genital mutilation? Isn't it happening? Cultural norms can be massaged and changed over time. I'm sure we're going to change over time. So the economic empowerment, I just cited an example, but it's not general. It is very important for us educated people to generalize two people to be the same. I expect that we have social scientists here who know that people are very unique. That what works on me does not necessarily work on her. That in one household, women empowerment might work. In another one, it can actually do the opposite. If we start appreciating that, we'll go very far. But this thing of lumping one community, this intervention, this community goes to the same one. That's why I like to work program, the stakeholder analysis and analyzing what is in the community. Those simple checks in the community and using people from the community can actually adapt the intervention correctly to the community than when you actually coming from Kampala and just say, Sasa, this is how you implement it. Do it exactly that way. The adaptation controlled to ensure fidelity and the correct messaging remains very, very important. All of us can do counseling, but some of us can do counseling and do damage compared to someone who is trained and speaking to the mind. So it is very important to appreciate those aspects. So, Michael, my point came out wrongly. Empowerment, 99% of the time, it's a transformative. It reduces GBV. It's only those few cases that I was mentioning. sex, age, we have data separated on sex and age. The district, the chairperson, sir, we have data we can do at the districts. I need to discuss in detail whether this can be just a separate report but not part of the main one, because I can now imagine a report of 200 pages. No one is going to be able to read such a report, but we have the data that we can actually summarize at the district level. For sex and age, we have the report separated on those ones. But I hear you, district-specific results is something that can be worked on. The data is enough for us to summarize at that level. Sustainability, I don't think partner starts at zero has anything to do with the implementing partners. I think it has to do with the Ugandans. It's like that's our culture. It's like that's how we behave. In fact, even as they were educated. The moment the moment something happens and it is done, we forget about it completely and we move on to something else. So I don't think one project, we need to change a mindset change for the whole country about this aspect of sustaining, including our duty bearers. The duty bearers is like, sorry to say this negatively, but it's like saying, another project will come. Right? I will look for another one to come. None of us, there are few districts, however, where I know that the ADHOs, DHOs start looking for other partners to come in before a project ends. But there are others who wait until it ends and then they start looking for the money, looking for the support, which in a case there's a gap, and then whoever is coming in, because of that, they are starting from zero because our people have given up. So maybe the mindset change. Can we hold on, if I'm being told to do something correctly, can I hold on that without necessarily giving up on it? Is it buy-in? Is it ownership? To me, it is more than that. It is like culture, really. I've gone to so many communities. NADS even gave cows. The moment they relax like this, the cows are sold, and the third wife married. So you tell me, really. It has nothing to do with the NADS or the project. It has something with us, culture. Which of the innovations, so it's the interventions, at the risk of saying something wrong, as we're trying to finalize the analysis, but most of the interventions are potentially sustainable, but they require some extra support from the DCDOs, the DHOs, ADHOs. They require some support from the district for them. You cannot sustain outreaches, for example, on a PHC only. The RBF was here, the results-based financing, probably it was very good, but PHC, I've gone to first, it is very little. You can't sustain outreaches on only that money. So the district has to step in and do something. Look for some sources of funding somewhere. So potentially, all the structures can actually be sustained, but there is always some need for either mentorship, support supervision, or some little facilitation. But we are still analyzing the data. We might finally now rank them, which one is more sustainable than the other. So, and then the last one was sustainability, the issue of parents, religious leaders, and cultural leaders. I agree with you, these are very key committed structures that we need to take advantage of and support in our future programming. I think those are some of the key questions. There are some things I know when I was presenting. If I was presenting this in the morning, I would have gone very slowly. Probably illustrated many and shared the experiences of the people we met in the field. But in the afternoon like this, I decided to cut off some of them and focus on the few issues, and also try to focus on operational issues other than strategic issues. I thank you all. I thank you for your questions. I know you have more. I'll be available to take them up, especially framework questions, ideas that can help to improve some aspects of the report. Otherwise, I want to thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Simon. Applause for Dr. Simon. Thank you very much. We have one last presentation by UNFPA.
That an integrated programming is very important because it provides an opportunity to design different innovative approaches to reach the different categories of the people. Of course, like I mentioned, working across different sectors can be challenging, and that we experienced it at the start of the program, but as we went on, we've learned that it also provides an opportunity to reach a larger population group. Evaluation that the involvement of the cultural leaders at the different levels is very crucial in addressing the social-cultural related barriers to gender and social norms change. In Acholi sub-region, we know that culture plays a critical role in our lives. And so the communities that we work with are part of the ecosystem of the cultural institutions and practices. So their engagement, even though it was to a limited, we see it's an important point to carry forward. We've also seen from the implementation of the WAY program that integrated functionality sessions with all the different platforms is very key. When we started, we had not anticipated moments where care, working with 7 different community structures in one sub-county, meeting them individually. And we learned, you would find in a sub-county there are only 8 SASA activists, 15 role model men, 1 YSLA agent, and many of them were having struggles of a big, wider geographical area and fewer numbers. So the introduction of bringing all the structures in one sub-county together to deliberate and appreciate the progress they're making, their challenges and struggles, and working with the districts to support them, created not only a network of support, but also brought them together to learn and collaborate effectively within that sub-county. Sauti Helpline, which many of you could have seen, 116, is a toll-free line that government of Uganda through the Ministry of Gender brought forward. So a lot of investments were made through the program to popularize 116. From the lessons that we've seen, First aid in psychosocial support and other components is very, very important. This photo is showing a radio talk show on Radio Ruping. We have the LC5 chairperson of Opara sub-county in Amuru and the DCDO of Amuru at a talk show. The program over the 5 to 6 years invested in the popular Live Your Dream campaign. Just checking in the room, how many of you ever got to sit on a radio station to deliberate on the Live Your Dream radio talk show by show of hands? As a panelist, just straight, turn and see them. Yeah, so many of you were panelists at the Live Your Dream radio talk show. The LC5 of Amuru is going to be discussing teenage pregnancy this evening on Radio Ruping at 7 p.m. so you can tune in. But we see that community radio programming significantly played our messages and information, and especially during lockdown and of course the COVID. As we almost come to wind up, this photo is Sophie from the embassy having an interaction with farmer groups at Palabek refugee settlement. We also learned that the participation of district political and technical leaders as resource persons on the radio talk shows generates among the listeners while facilitating partnerships. When the LC5 chairperson speaks about teenage pregnancy and his role or the role of the other leaders, and listeners from his constituency listen, they get to believe that that message is important, and so on and so forth. So that for us played a key role, and we will carry this lesson forward. Like we all know, the issues around accountability to the affected persons is a critical component of programming. it not only enhances their participation, but also their input of their feedback responses and throughout the program delivery. Even though we didn't invest much on this, tested components of it has made us take this into consideration for learning and future programming, that you must have mechanisms of giving you feedback on what is working, what is not working, addressed. And now more than ever, issues of safeguarding becomes very, very key. So let's now turn quickly on the last slide. We want to also share with you some lessons we have drawn from insights of the end-line evaluation. This beautiful picture are refugee women smiling at a recent visit, and they are from Palorinya refugee settlement, Togoleta farmers group that we visited sometime. From the evaluation program, we picked 6 main lessons that have been captured. One, that gender and social norms transformation is necessary to improve uptake and utilization of sexual and reproductive health services. That, in short, and Simon explained many of these, we cannot ignore the complexities of how people live and why they do things the way they do, if in any programming. So we will have to be very intentional that even in the health facility, those health workers telling young people not to access family planning methods, it's not their intention, but how they've been socialized or what they think. And so we think that interventions must be intentional across life stages, but also layers of service delivery points. We also see from the evaluation a recommendation or a lesson that any implementation of community-based social norms change over a wide geographical area can be challenging. Like I mentioned, the WAY program is covering 103 sub-counties, 23 refugee settlements, and 11 districts. I don't know how many parishes and villages. We have 471 schools, and so on and so forth. For gender and social norms changes to take place in actual programming, it needs intensity and depth, regular engagement, not once a month or once a quarter, almost every day and every week for those changes to happen. So thinking about convergence, geographical coverage, and so on and so forth. That came out clearly in the evaluation insights. The other one that is also important to note, that with what I have just mentioned, for gender and social norms programming at community level, the evaluation states the competence and capacity of the staff is very important. Regular monitoring and more in-depth and intentional support to these volunteers must take place over a long period of time. They also note to us in the evaluation that knowledge in itself does not change attitudes and behaviors, but a wider reach and awareness raising.
The taxpayers of Denmark for giving us the money. In the onset of this program, we had only 8 districts. There were 8, 4 in West Nile sub-region and 4 in Acholi sub-region. But later on, because of, you are preaching the family planning, but because of the emergence of new district, we added in the theory to make it 11. But by us sitting here, tells you how important this project has been to the local government. We have committed ourselves. I remember my brother, Dr. Mugwanya Wilberforce, one day asked me that RDC, I've never seen leaders sit the whole day in these kinds of meetings. What is the reasons behind? Then I told him and said, these are our program. You are only a midwife. The program is ours, and that is the reason why we give it our time. And this explains why all these leaders are here. My brother, the resident district commissioner of Amoro, was for a national functions in Lego today, setting up a team of workers who are going across the Niles for 20 days. But he walked for around 15 kilometers from Lego up to around Abalokodi. And he set off to come here. My brother Latek, I'm really very happy for you today. This is a sign because he couldn't miss this history, because it is history that one of the best programs that local government have given him their input in this. And each of the time, we have always been around. We have seen our youth, more especially the SASA group, the youth mentors. All this has helped us to have structures in society. Because we used to have no coordinations, but now we have structures. You just call, and there is a structure that you can direct easily. All this came out because of the Way project. And who am I not to identify with this noble project? And we are crying loudly because meetings are going on. We have been meeting academicians, moving around the sub-regions, asking our views. And our views have been, just bring for us the Way project back. Don't even delay, bring it back. And they say they will bring a successor plan. Just bring it back, because even in a democratic world, these LC5s here are elected. Most of them always don't delay in one term. They go for second term. So this program here still has a good future of second term. So my sister, in a democratic society, we have voted now for second term for this program. So give it a second term approach so that we have it. You know, I worked. You see, this program, I've enjoyed it because it has enabled me got in touch with community. When I was the resident district commissioner of Arua with my brother Alex, Dr. Alex, we did an amazing job together to change the lives of youth in Arua. And Dr. Othieno came forward to send for us gumboots to help fast track the process. And me, I supported the group with hose. And this one tells you how deep you are rooted in the community. And every moment I will see UNFPA, your sign now becoming a household name in the two sub-regions because of the Way program and the Answer program. So we will continue coming and knocking your doors because you have staff that are above themselves. You have staff that knows exactly where their limits are. And you don't put yourself like other UN agencies, by the way, UNFPA. They are UN agencies, you don't even come closer to them. They say they are UN and they live in Mars. But with UNFPA, they are closer to us. And we want to thank you for that humility. And that's the reason why you see us local government with you. Much as me, I'm not local fully because I'm also central government officer. But I will, I work in a local government setup, much as I represent the president. So in the local government, we are around with you. And we will continue to stand with you to see that this happens. You have helped to create linkages in society. Today, when you go, you know that there is a certain youth there, and they are helping their colleagues with information. And these were done by Outbox, innovators coming up with new ideas to these groups. And it has helped us. I remember during COVID, when I saw Dennis and Cindy coming to my office when I was the resident district commissioner of Amoro. I didn't know why they were coming. I even first asked them whether they had a movement permit of entering Amoro. Because me and my brother, Honorable Lakon, we had closed Amoro into 3 types. 3. Elegu, another no-go zone. Pabo, another no-go zone. And then interior of Amoro, other no-go zone. In our meeting, because we were the epicenter of COVID in the whole country. So I made the decisions as chair of the district task force. But I saw two people coming. Dennis, where is Dennis? Very good, that is the man. The other name, I don't know how to call it. Is it Bamumuza or something? I can bite my tongue. I saw Dennis and Cindy coming to my office. I asked them. They said, no, you tell us your area where you think we can support the district task force. I said, the first thing I need is ambulance. I don't know where you're going to get it, but help me with ambulance. Our women in the hard-to-reach areas cannot access facilities. So we need your help. Dennis told me and said, my brother, wait for the good news tomorrow. The following day, I saw them coming. Said, no, we have hired for you an ambulance for 3 months, but we are going to keep it in a tackle center for. So what you should only do, and your chair, is to circulate the number of the driver. And that one gave birth to buying ambulances to districts, because you saw results from there. My sister Camilla, I want to thank you very much. I didn't know people would type in PCs while they are not seeing. But I saw Camilla typing when we are not seeing, and I was chairing a meeting. I said, what is this lady writing? Touching and playing with the keyboard. What I was talking, she was typing. I said, wow, these are exceptional. So, and the Muzungu was just okay. I said, very good. I told Lakonya, I said, why don't you talk to the Muzungu to remain in Amoro? Lakonya said he will do it after going to Parliament. So we are praying, Lakonya. I know the new successor program is coming. So Camilla, my chairman, you know I come from Amoro. I wish Amoro always very well, very good. So, my brother Lakonya, I hope that dream is still alive. And the successor program should hurry so that Camilla come to Amoro because of our good work. So these are the things. We should always create this kind of environment. And as Office of the Resident District Commissioner, we want to send our voice to UNFPA and Danish Embassy that we will always be around, because you have shown us that all offices can sit on one table and discuss matters of health together, more especially issues of sexual reproductive health. Me, at the start, I was a traditional man. The first time when Dennis was trying to tell me issues of controlling birth and the rest, I said, no, me, I'm a son of the fourth woman. How do I start discussing these things? One day I went on the radio and I talked. Then Cindy called me and said, RDC, they don't talk like that. We are not against this thing. We are saying you should have a responsible production. We are not against production, by the way. So from there, I started realizing a sense on those statements. So from today, I'm your ambassador. And these days, I talk very well in the community. Very well, I tell them and say, please, we are not stopping you to produce, but produce the number which you can take care of. That is what UNFPA and Danish Embassy is saying. I have children that you can take care of. Have some limit. Not every 9 months another child. Every 9 months another child. Who will take care of them? So these are the signs of things that we want to happen. And we'll continue advocating to see how we can mainstream it in our program. Because we don't want this achievement to disappear today. We don't want it to go with you. And this explains why we are all here. We have sat the whole day. Me, I have a serious pain in my heart speaking when we are closing the project. But it is also necessary that we close it so that we have a better one. I want to thank you, my colleagues here in the House, for the decisions of joint monitoring. This has bared results. Joint monitoring, where you have team from the center, team from the region, team from the districts, team from the sub-county, gathering together to do joint monitoring. It has brought results because nobody would mess up knowing after every 3 months we are going to have joint monitoring. RDC and the district chairman is coming for outreach in your village, had to reach areas. I remember with my brother Lakon, would go to Lakang, 2 of us for outreaches organized by UNFPA and our development partners. So we would go. Even of late with my brother, the LC5 chairman of Lamore, we have gone in more than 5 places, had to reach areas, 2 of us, because of all this initiative. And it has helped to promote service delivery. As I conclude, I had reservations on issues of the boy child. The boy child were left wonders in style. But I want to attest this fact that indeed this program has brought the boy child on board. Because one day I remember a man coming to my office at 6 a.m. And that day he was lucky, I'd opened the office at 6. He came and he was shedding tears. I said, man, why are you crying? Then he said, RDC, you first sit down. I said, why don't we go to office? No, let's sit in the veranda here. I sat down with him. Then he told me and said, RDC, you know, I have an issue. I've been working for the last 2 years, no result. Then I said, what kind of work, my brother? That I've been working, no result, RDC, ati you come teach result pay. I said, that 2 years he has been working, no result. I said, you first elaborate more, elucidate and I hear. He said, no, I've been working, RDC, and this is the reason why I came here on bike. Then I said, what's the problem? That, oh, my woman has entered family planning. So me now I work, no result. I wanted another child, no result. He's working air. No result. I said, okay, what do we do now? That, you to her. So immediately I put him in front of my vehicle with lady at home. I asked her, I said, what happened? That RDC, you know, we have 7 children now. And this man here is always drinking. He has never paid even a single child at school. I always suffer alone. So then he asked the man. Then I asked the man, I said, are you sure you have 7 children? He said, yes. You know, for us, we were 11. So me, I wanted to pass it by 13. So, but this lady has refused. Then I said, okay, now what do we do? Since you have had her complaint, she has not refused. She's only extending it. You'll have it after 2 years. Is that okay with you? Then he said, but she did bad. She was supposed to sit me down and we agree. Because we are doing this thing. So that is the reason now we started engaging with the DHO's office and all the development partners that let's bring the boy child on board on this discussion so that we fight gender violence in the house. And this has reduced. And I want to thank you for accepting and moving together as a team. It has helped us. Issues of gender-based violence is now history. And we'll continue to thank you and cherish this. You know, I want to request you, as I conclude, that my friends from West Nile, Acholi sub-region is hosting this year's national celebration for the Independence Day, the 61. So we are calling upon all of you to remain here for these few days. and we go to Kitgum, where the national venue will be. And you also enjoy and move up to Lamore district. Because the team from Arua has promised me that since I disappeared from Arua, they are not seeing where I am. Now that they have got me, they want to go and see Lamore where it is. So let's go, I take care of you while we wait for the Independence Day celebration. Finally, Dr. Alex and my brother Wilberforce and Camilla, send our regards to Dr. Thieno. Send our regards to Dr. Thieno and thank her because she visited us. She visited the sub-region 2 months ago. She met me the other time and promised me that the new successor program will come. She's going to sweet talk the Danish embassy to see that something happen. I'm also concluding by sweet talking Madame Agnes that before our sister come to you, because Dr. Thieno is our sister from Lamogi. She only migrated to Kenya some time back, but the voice from Lamogi, where I come from with Lacogne, is that let the thing come back again, the way program, so that it benefits northern Uganda. Having said that, me, I'm not closing my statement because I will come for the new things next month. Let me now invite Madame Agnes to come and give our closing statement. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. I stand on his protocol, so I'm not going to go through any of the protocol. And it's hard to have a written statement when you're the last person to speak and having been part of the discussions. I'm basically going to go through what is very specific for the embassy. And of course, I start by bringing appreciation and apologies from our head of corporation and my team leader, Anne-Sophie, who should have been here. But because they were in West Nile last week with the team, so they couldn't be back today. But they sent you warm regards and best wishes for today. I'm sure that the 6 years, as we have discussed, has been a great one. And as the embassy, the way program is and that is also evidence from the several visits that we had. And of course, apologies that we caused you lots of fatigue, but every time there was a visit from Denmark, one of the projects that they always wanted to visit was the WAY program. So kind of that was an illustration that is not only appreciated here, but also in Denmark. And sincerely, we thank all of you for the great effort that you have put in on that. And from also, again, the evaluation and looking at the relevance of the program, we are very happy that it confirmed that the program was actually developed and formulated to respond to the needs, the sexual reproductive health and rights needs of women, of the girls, of the youth, the young people, and even of men, by the way, as the indirect beneficiary. And for that, we applaud all of us. And I remember at the beginning when they say we should develop a sexual reproductive health and rights program, what we decided to do was actually to get out to the district. Like you can really see how far you have walked, and that's something that we also pride in. And we are very grateful for the engagement that we have had, and of course we want to express first of all our appreciation to the government of Uganda through the line ministries that we worked with, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Gender, Ministry of Education, and also some of the departments we as development partners, we can't do anything without the acceptance of the government of Uganda and through your line ministries. That included the COVID-19 response. All that was done was based on engagement, and of course UNFPA, the forerunner, and then the IPs as the frontliners on this. We couldn't be here without all of your different efforts. Of course, as we celebrate the success, we call it a closeout. Everything that is good has a beginning, actually even bad. Everything has a beginning and what? And an end. So definitely we are more of celebrating because of the results were shared to us. I'm glad that the roses in this outweighed the thorns, and the glittering of the roses also overpowered and undershadowed the pines that were there. So kind of very grateful to all of us for that. And the cow in his morning presentation already made a request for a successor program. And as Osborne strongly reiterated that, trying to sweeten it and also all that. And of course, I'm pleased to say that the formulation of the follow-up program is actually in its final stage. We have learned lessons from the WAY program. One of the things that they actually pointed is like we were overstretched. And they also said we created too much demand, and then the health centers, they were without commodities. There were a number of service gaps that were left by the program. So basing on that lessons learned, and also the funding from under which we according to the proposal that we are having, and again, it's in its final stage, we are going to cover only 5 districts instead of 11 districts. And the first criteria, of course, is it has to be a refugee hosting district. And if it's not a refugee hosting district, it has to be a refugee affected district. And for purpose of transparency, we also looked into the geographical coverage. And that means, and also the sexual reproductive health and rights indicators. It was one of the toughest decisions to make. When you have 11 children and you're supposed to pick on 5 or 6 or less than 11, it's always difficult. But then we had to. And from the proposal that we have formulated, we have picked on Moyo because of, it's not a hosting district, but it's a refugee affected district with very high sexual reproductive health and rights alarming indicators. We have picked on Obongi because Moyo also because it also serves refugees that settled in Obongi. And then we crossed the Nile to Adjumani, And we need to balance it between the Acholi districts and the West Nile district. So we picked on 3 districts from West Nile and 2 districts from Acholi sub-region. So we sadly picked up, sadly in terms of, because we have reduced it. It's Obongi, Moyo, Ajumane from West Nile, and then Lamour and Kitgum. For Acholi sub-region. But what I guarantee those districts that we are not in, as development partners, we are very, very committed to coordination. And definitely we work together. We consult together. When we formulated the program, the answer program was not there. But then when the answer program came, answer program saw the gaps that were in the WAY program. And that kind of informed the answer service delivery to complement the gaps that the demand say. Strengthening adolescents and youth. Then the rest remains the same. Rights and empowerment programs. And I guess that's where I would end by honestly Kipalchunya. We are very grateful as the embassy. Take our appreciation to your respective districts. Take our appreciation to your respective ministries and departments. If the way achieved, it's because you achieved. As the embassy, we just exercise our responsibility entrusted by the Danish people to support development in Uganda. And lastly, from evaluation, from the end line, the sexual reproductive health and rights of the adolescents is our responsibilities as citizens of Uganda. I'm not surprised that there is increasing sexual affairs within schools. And honestly, we need to, now this I'm talking as a Ugandan, not as a Danish, and apologies to the embassy for that. It's a reality that we need to confront. If we don't take our responsibilities as parents, as guardians, as district leaders, we are failing the young people. We are hiding our head in the sand if we think that our children do not know these things. If we the educated one, also be not asked to talk about these things to our children. The phones that you have, the phones that you give your children, have exposed them to a lot of things. They know much more, actually, in areas of sex. They know much more than you, the experts, if you are experts, as parents, as guardians. So we need to work collectively and take it as our primary responsibility as citizens of Uganda to talk with our children and help them to respond and to know how to respond to their sexual reproductive health. Otherwise, we are the one failing our nation and our children. And for this, may God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Agnes, for those closing remarks. I'm sure the prayers of the RDC Lamo have been answered. He must be the happiest in the... I'll quickly make the last announcement. These are mainly admin announcements. And before I make them, I pray that and ask that don't shoot the messenger. I'm just communicating. So the first one is around the DSA or per diem for participants. I hope all of you have signed up at the desk behind there with the 2 care staff. 30% of the DSA will be deducted to take care of the meals that you, probably the break tea, be sent through care in the coming days. And then the last one, okay, yeah, then also we had asked and planned in the beginning, we had shared that there'll be break tea. Sorry, evening tea. Evening tea has been sadly cancelled, so it's not there. I think we overshot our budget because probably we got more participants than we had budgeted for, so the evening tea has been cancelled. And then the last one is the UNFPA team, as well as the IPs, Mary Stops, Care, Outbox, and Rahu. Please stay behind in this room for a brief debriefing meeting with the team. I think that's it from our end. The meeting is closed, so please double check that you've signed the attendance list, and the monies will be sent to you probably by close of business tomorrow. Thank you. And safe travels back to your places of origin. Bye.